Hello and welcome to Bricks and Flicks. Sorry we had some technical difficulties. Let's just test one thing here. Um, can you guys? Well, actually, you know what? I need to test something else too. Let's see. I need to check audio. Just one of you guys, can you turn to your audio down and then listen to the audio and see whether or not I am echoing? Am I echoing? Am I echoing?
I don't hear any echo.
Okay, everything
No.
sounds good. All
Yeah.
right, let's try this again. I'm Theron from Bricks and Flicks. I have Kira, my niece, and Chris, um, my one of my oldest friends. And now that I have the picture coming out right for them, we are going to be discussing the Batman while I build the Batmobile penguin chase. And so it's 392 pieces, so we'll see what we can do. Okay, so back to where we were. Uh, Kira, you said you gave it a good between good and fair.
I gave it it was a scale of 5, right? We have absolutely terrible, bad, okay, good, excellent. I gave it a between a okay and good. So not quite absolutely in the middle, but really close.
How about you, Chris?
I think on a scale of 1970s TV show to The Dark Knight, I put it like a number 7. I think it's really close to The Dark Knight, which I thought was the best one.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I like this one for its realism.
Okay.
Mm.
Um, since the scale means nothing here, because you just changed the
No, it
scale for
doesn't.
Chris.
Well, okay. His scale means it's between good and excellent. That's what I would
Yeah,
say is like a
yeah,
7.
All right.
yeah.
You
Any
know,
old arbitrary scale, 1 to 10.
right, right. Um, I would say that it's probably about a 6, maybe a 6.5 for me. There were parts I liked and parts I didn't, but looks like my brother Todd is giving it a 5 out of 5.
Yeah, that is a high rating, Dad.
It is a pretty
Um,
high rating.
yeah.
So let's address the elephant in the room.
Okay.
Edward Cullen. I mean, I didn't think I'd be able to get past it. I didn't think I'd be able to watch this movie without just mentally berating him the whole time. But it was pretty quick into it that he grew on me.
All right.
I think he had a good use of silence in a lot of the scenes. I
I
know it sounds terrible that I enjoy the fact that he didn't talk a lot. That's not exactly what I meant, but
well,
I was able to suspend disbelief.
I can understand that. I had a hard time thinking about sparkly vampires as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
But
so
would
hard.
you
Hard time not thinking about sparkly vampires, I should say. What, Kira?
Okay. I just want to point out that sparkly vampires, yes. Like, have you guys watched Twilight?
Oh God, I've seen bits and pieces of it only.
Okay. This is the girl right here who went to premiere night with her older sister every single 5 movies. And I have reread the books multiple times to my chagrin, but I have.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So for me, I've also watched Robert Patterson in recent movies. All of them as very intense dramas with no leeway for like actual real happiness. So for me, Robert Pattinson was an okay choice as a Batman, but now we're getting into the discussion of the movie. I think he did not do a good Bruce Wayne.
I got to give that to you. It was he was a little, I don't know. There were a lot of things that were different than a traditional Bruce Wayne, but I gave him a little artistic license because in the movie he's only 2 years into his crime fight. So being only 2 years in, he's still an angsty, snotty kid that's too brooding and not as sophisticated as the Bruce Waynes we've seen, otherwise. He's young.
Agreed. But I will also note that so um we have Batmans from before 2000s who the Bruce Waynes were always with women, always in the office of Wayne Enterprises, but also with women, right? Always a little bit on the party edge, but not enough because he was a businessman first. Then with Christian Bale, we saw complete deviation from that where Wayne Enterprises, who? I don't know, because he was just a partier, right? And then we have a complete opposite side of the spectrum now where we actually see a young adult who's still obviously dealing with the trauma of losing his parents, going outside of the country to train and do whatever he needed to become Batman, and then coming back and being like, wow, Gotham sucks.
Yeah, true.
Well, you being a straight comic fan as well, how would you rate his portrayal of like year one / year two Batman?
So I'm kind of biased in the sense of not only the comics, but also the animated Batman series, originating in 1979 and continuing until about 1985. Um, those ones had a Bruce Wayne who is not only, even in year one or two, not only with women, but still very active in the city, very active in the party life, and very active in Wayne Enterprises. It's like the Bruce Wayne and Batman of the comics and the animated series never got sleep because he was everywhere. He was everywhere. So it's hard to find that realistically in a live action movie. So I don't know if I ever will see a comic book version of Bruce Wayne.
Right. You might not.
Okay. All right. Well, um, let's get started in the movie because it'll actually bring out more of what we want to talk about as it happens as well. So to start with, we open up with some guy breathing heavy, watching through windows from across the street, watching a little kid in a ninja outfit playing with a ninja sword, and father comes in. He kills the father with a ninja sword, and the father, falls over. The mother's like, "Ooh!" And then the kid gets up, runs with his mom toward the door. The dad gets up off the ground and says, "Hey, wait, come back." You don't hear any of this, but hey, wait, come back, and gives the kid a hug, and you assume he's off for Halloween trick or treating. So, an interesting beginning. The only thing you hear is the breathing and Ave Maria, which you find out a little bit more about that later. So, before we go too much further, I guess I should have said spoilers, because, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Batman. So instead of just the performance and everything else, we're actually going to discuss the movie itself. So as far as everything else goes, we're talking spoilers. So, do you guys, what did you think of the opening? Just the atmosphere of it.
I liked it. I liked that it was shot like a comic book, and the fact that each scene was kind of like a pain, and you were seeing the action through the windows. That's something that you see a lot in comic books. But in that opening scene, I was a little, the first time I watched it, obviously, I w- mentally I was trying to figure out exactly whose eyes we're seeing through. Like, are we seeing Batman looking down on somebody? Like, why is he watching these people? Trying to figure out, is this a bad guy? Is it a good, like, what's going on? And it wasn't immediately obvious to me that it was a bad guy.
Kira?
How about you?
So I also did like the framing. I agree with that. Um, I did like, as you said, it felt like it was panels actually lined up together in a movie sequence, and it felt great to see it like that. Um, I, being the nerd that I am, and forgetting that this was supposed to be about Batman Year One or Two, I was like, "Wait a minute, is that Damien? Wait a minute, is that Bruce Wayne like playing with his dad Thomas and Martha? Like what is happening, right?" And I was just going 1,000 yards a minute trying to figure out what is happening. And also, like you said, whose eyes were we seeing? But then I knew from the breathing style that it was too erratic. It was too creepy peeker through the window. So either someone is about to kill Martha and Thomas, or like whether this was about like Bruce Wayne being an as an adult, like okay, this definitely can't be Batman. He's breathing too heavy. He's not quiet enough. There's too much pent up passion in the breathing, and it
Right.
felt like you were listening and watching through a psychopath's eyes.
Yes.
So I was still trying to figure that out from that perspective, but I really did like that. I liked how it was framed. I liked how erratic the breathing was. If you really took a second to listen to it, you could hear the edge of insanity and sanity, like just
Yeah.
teetering. Um, so I did like that.
I would say I agree with that assessment as well. As he you could tell there was something going on. The breathing was. It's like, wow, somebody's really passionate about something, or else they're doing something off screen that they shouldn't be doing. And it was creepy
Hmm.
to
It's
think
creepy.
that some people could do this in big cities. Just sit there and watch you through windows. You'd never know. Um, and it yeah, it was it put an eerie feeling to what was going on in the movie. Just to I didn't I wasn't quite worried about whether it was Batman or not. I thought about that for a second, but then I'm like, I don't know. The breathing, like like you said, Kira, was just a little too off putting. Um, so that was also my take as far as that one. What did you think of the starting off with Ave Maria? Was that weird to you guys like it was to me?
Yes, but I felt it was purposefully melancholy. And I mean, the entire movie, I mean, my impression in the beginning was that it was very dark and melancholy, but I mean, the entire movie was. It was I think it was probably raining 80% of the time, if not more. And like every scene, and it didn't matter, like even the scenes shot inside of like normally well lit areas, hospitals. It's a dark, dimly lit hospital room where you would definitely trip walking down the hallway. It was very, very dark. The Ave Maria recurring theme throughout it, it was a little creepy.
I'm just glad it had a good reason behind it, which they didn't specifically say, but you understood in the subtext later in during the scene of what actually was going on, and then later when there was an actual person singing, that it made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so pretty creepy. The family takes off, and this guy is left, and he is watching what appears to be a debate. And they actually mentioned that there was a debate last night on the TV, and this was the mayor and the mayoral candidate having their final debate before the election. So we realized right away, okay, this guy is the mayor. So it was a good way to introduce the mayor without coming out and saying, or have somebody talking to him and saying, "Hey, Mister Mayor, we're going to take your kid off, on Halloween trick or treating," which seems to be uh, pretty commonplace now in the way that writers can't figure out how to do characterization and story. But this one actually wasn't bad, and that's probably a good thing. We need more movies like this that don't lead you around by the nose or dictate to you what it's trying to say. I thought that was pretty good. So he's standing there watching, and I thought I saw, but I wasn't sure, and I had to move it back. The the second time we see him face on, so when when the camera's facing him and not the TV, the first time you don't see anything, and then it goes up to the shot above, and you see somebody looking at him down through the skylight. The very next scene that you see looking at him after they have a little bit of a debate going on the TV. Next time you see him, you see something right over his shoulder, and you can see the outline of somebody else's shoulder faintly. And I'm like, oh crap, he's already standing there. And then they go back to the debate, and it was a good long time in this one before going back to him. And then he gets the phone call and he walks away, and that's where you see him just standing there, glasses, looking a bit like Sin City with the glasses that Frodo wears. Do you remember Sin City, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so we're with the way that the glasses were just like white because of the style of the movie, and I was like, wow, that's a good creepy callback to another noir dark show, and I thought that was kind of cool. What do you guys think of the first appearance of the assailant?
I I actually, that's the part of the movie the first time I watched it where I paused it and then adjusted the brightness settings on my TV because I could just see the outline. And I was like, what is that? I could, you could just tell somebody was there. And I think it was purposeful because even after I adjusted everything, and I did leave it my brightness a little bit higher because it was such a dark movie. But yeah, I thought that was, I saw many scenes that were Sin City esque, as if they maybe are, maybe they did a couple like homages throughout the movie. They may have been fans or something, but yeah, I thought it was very very Sin City esque.
Well, there was actually a lot of the movie that almost seemed like homages to other movies, and we'll get to that in just 1 second. Another thing that I had, but between the way the penguin looked and something else coming up, yeah, it almost seemed like there was a lot of things just saying, "Hey guys, we really enjoyed these other movies. Um, we're going to show something similar to it and pay tribute rather than just blatantly copy." But it gave an interesting feeling to the movie, almost like wouldn't say necessarily comfortable because the movie itself is designed to keep you not comfortable. But I thought it was like watching a movie you've seen before, only you've never seen it before.
Right.
So,
The feeling of that. What's up, Kira?
uh, when I first saw the silhouette, um, I watch a lot of like um ghost stories. Did you notice it up in the corner, just in the background as I'm doing other stuff, right? Just 'cause. Um, and so I've gotten used to looking for shadows. I've gotten used to looking in dark areas for something that moves even slightly. So I noticed that yes, there was someone there who the mayor did not notice. And then again, it pans to him the first time, and then you just watch from the assailant's perspective as the mayor is just oblivious, has no sixth sense whatsoever. This man is oblivious. I don't know how he was mayor of Gotham City for that long, but he managed, right? And when I saw that assailant, though, again, my nerd brain went off and I was like, um, is that Scarface? Like you can tell that the glasses, yes, but you can't determine any features about him. Again,
Right.
the erratic breathing. So I was like, okay, this could be Joker, this could be Scarface, this could be Scarecrow, it could be something, anything, anyone, right? That was unhinged and not comfortable with showing off who they are. Um, so And to continue, it goes into the part where we watch the mayor just stand there drinking his bourbon, not like fuming about how he's not doing well in this mayor electoral race and
Right.
um, just oblivious to the fact that he's in Gotham City, is in a dark room with only the TV on, and that there is someone else in the room with him. Um, So I think it lent to the creepiness aspect. It lent to the dealing with the psychopath aspect of like, this is someone who is patient. This is someone who is meticulous. Um, and um, this is someone who just wants everyone else to be on edge, be ugh. And I think the producers and the director did a very fine job of that, of like making sure that the audience was just like on edge, ready for
Yes.
whatever was going to happen, but still not expecting it.
His attack was unexpected.
You mean the
Did you?
passion of it, the violence, the fact
Yes,
he
the
wasn't
violence,
it wasn't professional.
the unskilled,
Yep.
just yeah, angry, aggressive, yeah, wild way that he attacked the guy. It wasn't a hit. It seemed like a almost like a crime of passion. He vigorously attacked him. It was creepy.
Todd just
And I
Set the
think
mentioned that
tone.
perhaps it feels like Sin City because that was shot like a comic book as well. So that yes,
True. Yeah,
very, very
absolutely. Mhm.
also bear with me. Every time you guys mention a movie like Sin City, I am going to be looking it up just to make sure I know exactly what you're talking about because I've
Oh,
only
that's right. You're
seen
young.
yes, I've only seen half of Sin City. I've never watched all of it. So, yeah, anytime you mention anything like this, I am going to do a quick little Wikipedia check just to make sure I know exactly what I'm talking about here.
Sure. I
I would
wouldn't.
do the same.
So the straight, violent, unprofessional attack, where he eventually loses the weapon and it bounces away. That's so you know up front that this is a very, like you said, Kira, meticulous, but unhinged because of his breathing, unprofessional because he obviously, he's more about the passion rather than the precision. And then he gets up, walks over, and picks up the weapon, and does one of the creepiest things I've ever seen in a movie. Sits back down on the mayor's back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sticks his arms up in the air.
I don't know
Reaches
about you guys.
down,
I was what the helling the whole entire time. What the hell? What the hell is he? What the hell is he about to do?
and then reaches down to his waist and
Yeah.
and detaches the duct tape roll, and then just. And I'm like, oh my god, they did a really good creep factor on that. Just how
Yes.
off-putting was all of that. So I thought they did a good job of at least introducing this character as being just way out there. And but do you, do you have anything more to add, either of you guys, about that?
Yes. So, um, I have either of you watched the show Criminal Minds?
Yes.
Yes, that was what I was thinking of. Yes, so incredibly still, meticulous, but passionate, and then the whole creepiness of asserting the dominance, of asserting control, but
Mhm.
also making everyone feel so uncomfortable because of just getting into that personal space and using movements and body language that to me was very akin to one of the episodes from Criminal Minds of especially rapist murderers, where it was just very much a lot of body language asserting control, making sure that the other person, even if they were unconscious, would have been uncomfortable anyways,
Right.
right? And I myself as a viewer was just like, ooh, this is I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This is not only bad, but this is creepy. This
Yeah.
is like this is beyond murder. This is getting a little deeper than that. This is psychotic. Um
Yes. Very dark.
yes, it was very dark. And again, it was like, okay, what kind of Batman movie are we having here? I'm a little excited, but also like, whoo.
Um,
Yeah. It was the way that it highlighted, the way that it allowed for like the lack of facial expressions, but then the body language, the way it allowed for him to like with grandiosity pull that duct tape out. He was reveling in it. It's like between the breathing and the way he attacked him and the way he jumps on him. Yeah, the whole time I was like, what is this guy about to do? It really felt dangerous. It felt like you said, like you're watching a true crime show, not like a superhero show, but like this guy's about to get properly murdered. Yeah. Not not your 12-year-old's Batman.
right.
Oh yeah, Brave and the Bold had nothing on this.
So Todd mentioned that the villain, which we will get into later, also thinks that he is akin to the Batman, including the way the Batman's lurking in the shadows. And Todd mentioned that he does the invisible Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy 2 much better than Drax does,
Yeah, he did.
and so incredibly still.
I can't wait to talk about that.
That is good.
the parallels that he draws between himself and Batman, and the way that, if you really think about it,
Yeah.
there are a lot of parallels.
And it creeped the hell out of Batman. I thought that was
Mhm.
some really good scenes in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the very next scene, he pulls out the duct tape, and then we drop to black. You hear thunder outside, and then we go into narration. And the first thing that's said is Thursday, October 31st. The city's streets are crowded for the holiday, even with the rain. So, with this, the narration, the only thing I could think of, and the reason why I actually used what I did for the thumbnail for the stream with Batman looking out the shades, it's akin to Apocalypse Now, where Martin Sheen's character is looking out he's in Saigon, he's waiting for orders, and he's just in a fugue state, and he walks over the windows, looks out the blinds, and says, "Saigon, shit, I'm still only in Saigon." And it just the whole narration part between Apocalypse Now that that Martin Sheen narrates the entire time, because he's talking about the person he's got to go hunt down, and how that person slipped farther and further away from sanity, and he could see the parallels between himself and the bad guy. So again, this brings back the Batman and the who we find out now is the Riddler as soon as the next scene pops up. How those parallels between the two, that's exactly like Apocalypse Now, where they paralleled good guy to the bad guy, and it was like I had said earlier, an homage that was just apparent to me through the whole movie.
I didn't notice it when I watched it, but I see that now that you mention it.
I didn't notice. The only thing I noticed with narration was the homage to Twilight, because man, did the Twilight movies had so much narration in it.
Oh god.
So I was just like, oh man, and once again, Patterson is returning to his emo vampire ways, but it's fine. It's okay. Just let him have this. I get it.
Well, at least he wasn't Cedric Diggory. I mean,
True.
so I listening to him talk in the Batman voice, it surprisingly wasn't as off-putting to me as Christian Bale's overextension of the Batman voice in The Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, where he's just too intense at all times.
Yeah.
It at least Pattinson's portrayal was a little more subdued, and so that to me was a plus for the movie. It didn't throw me out of the movie by hearing him talk as Batman. So
I made a mental note that the frequency of whispering in the movie was equal to the frequency of precipitation. That like 80% of the dialogue was whispered and 80% of the scenes were raining.
That's
And
interesting.
And and for me, I wasn't going to say it, but I mentally, I see it when I hear that dialogue, is the puppet skit on Saturday Night Live with, do you know what I'm talking about? When they all make puppets, and Bill Hader's puppet is like a Vietnam vet. He's like,
I don't know
that day down in the rice paddies, there was no joking around. You know, you haven't seen it. Oh
But
God.
I will definitely watch
Okay,
it.
well, yeah. Thank me later.
All right.
So
Um,
I will mention the fact that I know of the Adam West live action, but I've never watched them myself. I'm more familiar with the um, Michael Keaton, Christian Bale, and now Robert Pattinson versions of Batman live action, right? So again, I hate Christian Bale's version of Batman. We'll get into that more later, but you're right. I was very happy that it wasn't so much an over exaggeration, um, like Christian Bale does. But upon reviewing Adam West's, I'm sorry, Michael Keaton's version, um, it I couldn't find one that I liked better, Michael Keaton or Robert Pattinson. They both just seem kind of equal to me in their different ways. Um, so hearing Batman's voice in this movie, I think really kept with the tone of just making it as realistic as possible. You can't over dramatize your voice 24/7 when you're supposed to be punching and kicking 24/7. So the over dramatization of the voice with Christian Bale, okay, great, we got rid of that. But there wasn't so much of a difference from his normal voice that I was like, oh, that's why he has the eye makeup on. Because if he didn't, we just have a Clark Kent situation.
right. You never know.
You never
Yeah.
know. Uh,
But I get that too, because again, being that early in his career, like
yeah,
he's not this version of, or this age, I don't know, version or age, both, of Bruce Wayne just wasn't in the public eye. He didn't have to go so far to disguise himself because he wasn't going to be at the ball tonight or hosting another charity event. You know, it wasn't plastered all over the news. So he didn't have to disguise himself that much.
and that kind of makes me remember one of the episodes of the Batman animated series. Um, I think it was in season 2 because Robin is already there. Um, and he has a conversation where Bruce Wayne and both Batman have a conversation with the mayor um, in one phone call with two different communication devices, right? And he is switching his voice. Bruce Wayne is switching his voice between Batman and Bruce Wayne, where the only thing he changes is like the intonation, right? The flow of his sentences, where Batman's is very um I I don't do imitations well, so I'm not going to try. But Batman's is very monotone and serious versus Bruce Wayne's still breathy and also his intonation kind of goes along with, oh, we're just all having a great time. Certain emphasis on certain words and syllables, and then always having a lilt at the end. Um, and I think what you mentioned was good that this Batman with Robert Pattinson, he's not in the public eye so much. He doesn't really have to worry about having that lilt when he's in public to make himself more amiable, more personable. Um, he's just focused on being Batman, which really gets into more of the plot of the movie, so we can bring that up again later. Um, but because of that, he doesn't have to over dramatize his voice like Christian Bale, nor does he have to have a persona for
Right.
each side that he is sharing with the public, whether it's Batman or Bruce Wayne billionaire.
Yeah, I agree.
That makes perfect sense.
Also, Dad, what part was the my son for? He'll get to that eventually.
All right. So he's narrating how how he can't be everywhere at once. And then the bat signal comes up, and he starts talking about how the bat signal helps him because then it brings more fear into them. Like they start looking into shadows and thinking that he's always there in the shadows. And he brings up and says, "But I am the shadows." And the thought of Batman actually being fearsome and something that the criminals would fear is a good point because in year one and year two he didn't have the the, the history yet. He didn't have the reputation yet. So just the fact that there might be somebody there in the dark that will come out at random, and that's the way he had to make that reputation, where he would just appear out of the shadows, kick the crap out of some bad guys, and then disappear again in order to get that reputation. I thought that was pretty cool that he was using the bat signal as help to his reputation. I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah.
That's always been a continuous symbol and symbolism, I think, in every Batman iteration, whether it was the TV shows, whether animated or live action, and also the movies. The bat symbol is not only a warning to people who would dare to do crime, but later on it becomes more than that. But it's not just something to call the Batman to the police. It's to say to everyone else, he's out there. He's out tonight. He didn't take a night off. So be prepared. He might just show up.
And his combat style in this one, it wasn't a bat pow zap. It was a brutal beatdown every time. It was
Gritty. It was definitely gritty.
very gritty. Yeah, he was taking people down with a vengeance quickly, and real realistic fighting style. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. And Todd, Dad, he said in the comments, I like the current story. I like that the current story was more important than the same tired origin movie format. We get it, Batman. Could we please see a story about Batman after he became Batman? And to go along with that, Chris, your comment. What I always liked and didn't like about year one, year two, the early time of Batman in the comics and in every iteration in media we see of him, um, and it kind of got like overlooked in the Christian Bale's movies, was that Batman in the early times is more focused on being vengeance. And because of that, he does not save energy. He does not conserve energy at all. In all of his punches and all of his kicks, he is sending someone to the hospital. They are going to have multiple casts and probably punctured lungs, maybe a punctured liver, couple arteries, internal bleeding. You're going to have all of that. Um, Gotcha, Dad, about my son. Um, and I really like that it was captured in this movie because it directly related to the beginning. But throughout the movie, which we can get into more later, it does calm down a bit because he realizes he needs to tone it back a little, depending upon who he is trying to take down.
Yeah, I think that was one of the big lessons that he learned during the movie after seeing the parallels between him and the Riddler, and I think it forced him to take a good, long, hard look at himself and how he's been. Yeah.
Well,
And
not.
before we go much further,
Mhm.
in the beginning, with the boy that's playing with his father,
Sure.
and then you cut to the crime scene, and at the end of that, Bruce is looking at the boy, sitting there as the boy turns around and looks at him. And you get that moment. I don't know about you guys, but and then he's playing it back again when he gets to the Batcave.
Yeah,
He's
we're
looking
getting
at
right
that
to
footage
that
again.
right now because that's what he was called for. The signal brings him to that to the mayor's crime scene.
Gotcha.
So yeah, in the cop, there's a cop there that I can't remember his name now.
Martinez.
Martinez that stops
I love that guy.
Batman on the way in, and he gives him a hard time. He's the same cop that later when when they run across Bruce Wayne, he's like, "Hey, Bruce Wayne!" He's a big fanboy of Bruce Wayne. But that's the exact same cop that gave him a hard time.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah.
All right, so
but with the kid, the first time I watched it, my heart's going out to him because he's, in my opinion, he was like seeing himself in the kid. So he sees that the kid just went through the same thing that he had went through. He knows what he's going through. He's lamenting when he's looking at him. But after I watched it the second time, all I could think of is, I wonder if that's Robin.
Nah.
He starts the movie fighting with a sword and the traditional hood that Robin likes to wear. So he's got the sword and the hood just like Robin when he was fighting with his old man.
So you're wondering whether or not they're going to do a alternate universe.
Yeah, if that's what they were doing, leaving it open for the future, because there were a lot of extended eye contacts. There were a lot of connection points between him and the boy. Too many to just be him feeling bad for the kid, I think. Because it was like, again, at the funeral.
The one thing I will say to that is, and it kind of goes with what Todd was saying in the comments, very much like the stare to the kid. No way the kid wouldn't recognize him the next time after that. That exactly. Staring at that kid for so long, you establish an eye contact like relationship.
Yeah.
And even through all the eye makeup and the mask, you're still going to establish that relationship, right?
So you're thinking the kid knew it was Batman when Bruce was looking at him later?
Not knowing, but that can be seen for later. Because I don't think the kid was smart enough to put two and two together, but in the same exact line, they put it too much on the nose. So that kid could have easily gone like, wait a minute. But I think they were trying to emphasize the fact that this kid was so much in trauma and dealing with grief that he recognized someone who can empathize rather than just pity. And as far as him possibly being a Robin, that, if they wanted to go completely off the rails, sure, fantastic. Go ahead, make him a Robin. Whatever. But if they are trying to keep it, somewhat to the story, they would. The only way that would work is I think that he would be replacing one of the girl Robins, Cassie. Um, that's the only way I could see that working. But again, that's more nerd side of it, and Warner Brothers has shown that
I don't know. He's orphaned, so all it would really take, but all it would take is the mother to remarry and turn him into like a Grayson.
But the emphasis too with the Graysons was the fact that the Graysons were not
acrobats.
Rich. Yes, they were acrobats in a circus. They had enough where they had a trailer and food on the table, but they entertained every night for a living in order to make their money, right? They didn't come from middle class, upper class, millionaires, billionaires. They didn't come from that, right? The same thing too with so that was Dick Grayson. Jason. Jason was an orphan off the streets who took off Batmobile's wheels, right? And then it was Tim who um became an orphan after one of the supervillains killed his whole family. Not just parents, but also siblings. Um and then after that was Damien, who whole different side of things. And then after that were the two females. Um Cassandra, Cassie, and then who's the other female? I always forget her name. Ugh, I'll remember it later. But they're all in some way never dealt with having a lot of money or having someone in their life with a lot of resources. So if this kid, the son of this mayor, were to become a crime fighter, okay, Warner Brothers would be taking Batman and Robin off the rails a little bit, and you know what? It's Warner Brothers. Go for it. At this
Right.
point, you've had liberty to do
Well,
whatever you want. Just
We've
do
seen
it.
worse.
well,
Because
here's something you got to remember in this particular Batman versus some of the others. Um, this Batman is, as far as I can tell, from Earth One, because
Right.
Earth One is the only one where Martha's last name is Arkham, not
Mhm.
Kane, named after Bob Kane.
Yeah.
So every other Earth, her name was Martha Kane, and this one we find out later is Martha Arkham. So what they're doing to it, it could be anything. They might just be making something that will never connect with any other movies.
Mhm.
So what they do with Robin could be as messed up as what they did in Dark Knight Rises, where they tried to make Joseph Gordon-Levitt the heir to the Batman persona. So who knows what they're doing? But it's an interesting thought that it could be Robin. Todd says, by the way, that there's no way that the kid wouldn't recognize his eyes the next time. That stare was pretty pretty telling. So the look that he gave the kid looking straight into his eyes, ignoring the makeup, ignoring the Batman mask. Um, I don't know. Except
Yeah,
the kid
and
was in shock. I think the kid might recognize him later, and that
I think he might because when he sees him at the funeral,
I mean,
Yeah.
did not have his mask on, and they locked eyes.
and it was almost like the kid was like, you know, wait a second. And
Right.
then what happens is, Bruce saves him from the car, being impacted by the car. But either way, so
Right. And the kid is the first one to reach his hand out.
Yeah. Which again made me think kind of goes back to the quote of knowing is not proving. And yeah, this kid may know it, but he'll never be able to
oh,
prove it unless he
yeah,
becomes Robin. So again, if Warner Brothers does it, cool. Just do it.
Maybe they'll invent a whole new superhero for him to be. Who knows?
You know, call him the Phantom. Really mess with nerds' brains. Call this kid the Phantom instead of anything else.
Yeah, that would mess with people.
I, for one, would be very upset, but also like, you did that. And I'm not going to say that I don't hate it, but I'm also impressed that you had the balls to do it. So, leaving this out there, if Warner Brothers or anyone from Warner Brothers hears it, there you go.
Yep. So what about his tech? I like the way that they used his not only his observational skills, his detective skills, because he was originally a detective.
Mhm.
Like that's his deal. But I like the fact that in a more realistic way they used technology. Um, and I don't know if realistic. It's just some of the other movies were just very very grandiose with technologies that were just very far fetched that you just have to say, yeah, okay, I guess if you had enough money, you could do something like that.
Mhm.
But this technology you could look at and it was like recognizable. Like you can bug stuff, you can record it. We know that they have glasses and contact lenses right now that have overlays.
Mhm.
So it seemed a very realistic way to document a crime scene.
And
Yeah,
that's something. Go ahead.
go ahead.
That's something too that I noticed, especially because I watch so much of everything animated that comes out from Warner Brothers about the DC universe. The fact that Bruce Wayne and his money funds the Justice League and everything else, um, that because of that, technology is always so much more advanced than what it really should be. And I agree. I really liked how technology was good in this movie. And it was more about him being a detective. It was more about him knowing martial arts and um, combat hand-to-hand fighting, and also with his batarang that looked more like a machete, a double-sided machete than it did a batarang. But um, I did like that the Batmobile and the motorcycle came on way later. It
Yeah,
wasn't open right in the front.
yeah, and able more realistically able to like blend in.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So when he walks into the crime scene, I gotta say, the pacing of this movie. A lot of people have said they didn't enjoy the pacing. I can't say that I didn't enjoy it. Um, I thought that as far as this movie goes, being being that he's very cautious and still trying to be very observant of what's going on, I thought the slow timing of him soaking everything in was very good detective work. He didn't rush to judgment. He didn't do anything to make the cops feel like they didn't know what was going on. He made a couple of comments, like the detective who said that there was a bunch of contusions and everything was a hit to the head. Gordon asks if all that blood was from the head alone. He says no, and he pulls off the bag from the hand, and the thumb is missing. And he doesn't say it immediately, but then does mention that the thumb was cut off while the mayor was still alive. And I think what is the word? Echinosis, where he mentioned that it was echinosis is the reason why he knew it. So he wasn't trying to just show off or anything like that. He was trying to be helpful, and I thought that was a good way to be, considering he's kind of the outsider in this, in the crime scene itself. But he wants to know what's going on himself, but he also doesn't want to get in their way as much, and he's just quietly looking around. I thought that was pretty cool, pretty good,
yeah,
pretty good way to play that scene. Um,
yeah, and again with the realism. Of course, the cops wouldn't want this guy around.
Mhm.
You'd be like, "Who the hell is this guy?" Like, I work here, and you're gonna let this wahoo in? You know, some vigilante. Yeah, I get it. And he was. I think the tension was palpable.
Mhm.
They played it really well, where you knew that tempers were high and it could go south at any moment. And he was lucky to to be allowed there. He wasn't just welcomed in, like like he's some big old superhero.
Yeah. And that really does go along with, too, the fact that this is still the very early years of Batman. These are still the early years where, um, I mean, to majority of the cops, except for, um, Gordon, who is only a detective right now. Um,
Lieutenant detective.
Lieutenant, sorry, you are correct. Um, where he, he's the only one that recognizes the value of someone like Batman. Um, and everyone else is still like, this is a like slap in the face. Like, is our work not good enough? We're cops. We're the protectors of the city, not this dude, not in a uniform, like, and refuses to follow the rights and do any of the paperwork. So of course we're gonna hate
Right.
this guy.
I'd hate him for the paperwork alone.
Just for the extra paperwork he's going to cause, yeah.
Yeah, and and jealousy that he doesn't have to do any.
That too.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised at one scene that I think that the the forensic guys should have noticed the blood from the carpet tool way before that. But when he walks over and just looks down at the blood and then walks away, and the girl trails behind him real quick and says, takes the picture. It's like, yeah, but come on. I mean, she should have at least seen that ahead of time. But I can see that they want to make it where he's just that much more observant. But that particular thing, I think that they could have done something different instead of just make it a pretty large um, blood splatter of that tool hitting the hardwood floor. I I think they would have noticed that if it was like a minute thing, trace of blood somewhere. Maybe they would have noticed it, but I think it was a little too much of a stretch to think that he would be the first that would notice that. But
I
otherwise,
mean,
the scene I think they did pretty well.
if we're getting that nitpicky, I will mention that the same photographer was too busy photographing all the blood splatters on the newspaper clippings and photographs in the background on the walls that she hadn't even gotten to the floors yet. This girl was just trying to do her job, okay? Batman, take a step back, get in your lane. I was getting there, okay? Calm
Right.
down.
Yep.
That's a good take as well. Yes.
Mhm. That's
um,
why they don't like him.
Back the hell up and let me do my job.
Yeah, it's like give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. I'm not even there yet. Yep.
So that's when they see the. That's when he looks down. Oh, actually, no. We're gonna go into the first card. The first card that they get from your secret friend, and it's got the owl on the front. It says, "Who? Haven't a clue? Let's play a game. Just me and you." And then in really scratched out letters, which almost looks like it's like if you had taken a pin and scratched it into the or a very dry pen, dry ballpoint pen that has a good tip to it. It's almost like you dug in to the uh, to the card. Like again, it shows just how off kilter his personality is. And it says, "What does a liar do when he's dead?" And then has that ciphered down below. It brings up a cool thing about Batman being a detective and using his brain a lot more. My favorite Batman was always from Detective Comics, not the straight Batman stories, but Detective Comics would often have short stories that included a lot of investigation portions of of story that I really enjoyed. So, uh, more like Sherlock Holmes consulting detective
Mm-hmm.
is what the Batman that I was hoping for in this one, and it didn't completely disappoint. It wasn't too far of a stretch away from that detective portion of Batman that I was craving from the fact that we just didn't get them in any of the other movies, really.
Mm.
Um, so
I
let's
will
see.
just point
What?
I will just point out that from that card alone, I was like, "Ooh, it's the Riddler. Oh man, the Riddler is actually getting his hands dirty. Here we go." Like from that very first card. Um and also connecting the dots of this very erratic psychopath who not only did the card, actually got his hands dirty and murdered someone and like got his hands all bloody is the Riddler. Ooh.
Yeah, it was good.
All right. So, Commissioner comes in pissed off that Gordon brought in the vigilante, and that's when Batman turns and solves the riddle to answer what the riddle actually was. He lies still, and the commissioner's like, "What?" Says, "It's the answer to the riddle," says Gordon. So the fact that the commissioner was just that much of a pompous dick to start with, um, it was almost immediate that you knew he wasn't going to be um, somebody that was going to end up liking Batman anytime soon. So his fate was pretty much sealed in the movie. So he goes back outside to do the press conference, and that's when Batman's leaving with Gordon and sees the footprint of the kid, and then stares at the kid for a while. I thought it was moving. I thought it was very moving looking at the kid. I thought the emotion in Pattinson's eyes, he did a good job, considering he really wasn't emoting a whole lot. The face was stern. The mask covers a lot of his face. All it was all eyes, and I thought he did a good job of showing his concern for the kid as well as, um, well, I guess it would be called, if you ever watch Doctor Who, um, in order to be doctor, the doctor, you really need what people call the 1,000-yard stare, or in this case, it'd be 1,000-year stare as far as the doctor goes. But that's it was almost like that. There was so much emotion in just the eyes. I thought that was a really good scene. And I don't like the actor. He was fine in that the lighthouse, but I never thought he was worth a damn. But at least here he's showing that he can do some good work. So that was my take on the kid. You guys have anything to say anymore about the kid or no?
No,
No, I think that last comment kind of wrapped that up pretty well. Um, I will say that uh, the year one Batman comic, um, who if I, it was actually adapted, um, pretty religious to the details, to an animated movie, um, and in that Batman year one comic, um, eh, along with other media iterations, the commissioner, who is always never Commissioner Gordon, he becomes commissioner later on. Um, everyone in Gotham government, except for Gordon, is always so against Batman. Like 100% does not like the fact that there is a person who shows up before cops or anyone else and takes care of things. And it was always for the sole reason of how corrupt everything was in Gotham, that, oh crap, we don't actually like it when someone is showing up and doing the right thing, because now we can't control how it will be portrayed, how the media will take care of it, how it will be released to everyone. So I thought it was really good that, again, this is supposed to be year one, year two, very early Batman. He's still dealing with that. He's still dealing with not only fighting crime, but also dealing with the fact that the entire city and all of its officials hate this man and are directing the media to hate Batman too. Um, so the fact that we actually got to see this commissioner, like, very overtly not like this person and probably influencing his cops to not like this person, and what he stood for, I wasn't surprised to see, but I was happy to see it. It was following along with what it was meant to be, um, and I'm glad that they didn't divert too much from the comics for this part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to step away just for a moment. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So, Terry, I see that you got the base down, and it looks like, is that the engine or the back thruster area?
It's actually the front.
Okay.
So the green, the orange glowy part, from the movie. So as far as I can tell, that's the front, and we'll see what happens then. As far as this extra camera goes, um, that is so that my guests can see me while we're talking. Yeah, while we're talking, because this camera is only seen by the stream, as well as this camera. So
Sure.
to let you know why there was a separate camera that showed up in the stream after Chris
You're
ducked
good.
out for a second.
Yeah, you're good. I got you. Um, uh, and yeah, Dad, I liked the pause to think before you speak from Batman. When in doubt, pause till it makes sense. Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of seen that in all the Batman iterations too. Batman is silent. He does not speak unless it is necessary. Um, unless, of course, you're watching Brave and the Bold and Adam West, which you have to have the quippy one-liners. So,
Yeah, the campiness is a little much for me sometimes.
I gotta,
For as far as um, Adam West goes, but yeah, it's like Roger Moore um, versus Sean Connery, or actually any of the other 007s. Roger Moore was just camp because that's the time that happened, and it was. Some people still they love Roger Moore more than anybody else, and I don't see it. I think Roger Moore's best was Spy Who Loved Me, but that's for another stream altogether. I have a friend of mine that is a huge James Bond fan that hopefully I can get him on to something, a stream of
that would
some
be
sort.
cool.
But okay, so what was the next part of the scene? They okay, so he leaves the scene, and then you get Nirvana's "Something in the Way" playing, and that's kind of a good moody. Uh, it gives a good atmosphere to the the story. I thought it fit. I didn't think it was too overly emo or I thought it worked out pretty well. So then he
I
says, "What?"
I actually thought that along with the narration and Nirvana, I was like, man, they're really slapping on and painting the emo-ness of this really hard. Like, um, I think it was a little bit over the top with the Nirvana part. Um, especially because earlier, or I think later, it's later. Um, in the soundtrack was a little bit of the composition from some of the Arkham video games, the super dark ones where it's Batman versus an entire city run over by the Gotham big criminals. And some of that composition was actually in this Pattinson movie, which I thought was really interesting. It's later on.
Hmm.
Um, but when I recognized it and looked it up and made sure, yeah, it's there. I thought to keep that idea, to keep the whole breathing and the sound effects, Ave Maria, to put in Nirvana to me, I honestly want to check now the whole lyrics of the song to see if it really does fit with the movie because otherwise I didn't think it had anything to do really with the movie other than just being a super melancholy vibe, for lack of a better word.
Well, I didn't have as much problem with the music as I have with Bruce Wayne, the look of Bruce Wayne. Um, he, I think the very next scene we're going into is this is where he says that I wish I could say I'm making a difference, but I don't know. And that's when he's saying that in the last 2 years, crime is up, and maybe he's not doing anything worthwhile, and maybe the city's not worth saving. This is where he's on his motorcycle heading toward Wayne Tower and goes down into the underground of the Wayne building, and ends up in the Wayne terminus. Back when the Wayne building, um, just like in Batman Begins, where there's an actual train stop at the Wayne building. So I didn't have a problem with the atmospheric sound of the song, um, because of they're trying to make this dystopian city, and you can't have upbeat music. You can't, you got to keep the tone somehow. But where I lose it is just whiny Batman or whiny Bruce. I'm sorry. Batman is fine. I have no problem with the way he plays Batman, but you got Alfred coming out and saying that yo, I see you were out last night. I need you to get dressed because we have a meeting. And says, "You're not my father." It's like, really, really, you're gonna whine about the only father you've known, and then suddenly you're gonna be upset that that this father figure is trying to father you, and you're not my father, really. That was where I started losing Bruce Wayne. So my 6.5 to 7 ish that I gave it is all because Bruce Wayne detracts from the movie for me. If he stayed Batman the whole time, I probably would have given it an 8 or a 9. Just
Yeah.
because it wasn't a bad story, it was a different take, but I really lose it every time Bruce Wayne shows up.
So to add to that, the reason why I rate this movie as okay-ish good, we'll get to it more later. this particular scene contributes to me degrading the scale a little bit, the rating a little bit. Um, uh, um, where this Bruce Wayne just is so more emotional. You know, like Bruce Wayne and Batman and everything else is supposed to be like always playing a persona. Even with Alfred, it's making sure that Alfred does not worry about him, does not for a second worry about Bruce Wayne not being able to handle what he's taking on as the sole heir to the Wayne legacy and also being Batman, right? The only reason Alfred is there is to make sure that Bruce does not go insane, because if he were to lose Alfred, he would go insane. Straight up, right over the cliff, no turning back, no kill rule, not anymore. Um, so that whole interaction really was just so unnecessary. That whole interaction, I didn't think I personally thought that that was like Warner Brothers and the producers and stuff coming in and having that. Like that was the first point in all this where I was like, okay, this is definitely not from anything we've seen before. Just take it as something that was produced into a movie and go from there.
Fair enough. What about you, Chris? Oh, you're muted, Chris.
Yes, I was.
There you go.
Yeah. I agree. The scene had me trying to figure out why they wrote it like that. All I could, every time I come across a scene like that in a movie, all I can think of is a round table of executives having a big discussion where at the end of it, somebody finally says, okay, we'll put it in there. So it's like they're trying to establish, it's like they wanted to speak to their relationship somehow, and they thought that was the quickest route to get to the point they were trying to make. But yeah, it was clunky and didn't make a lot of sense. And, but I guess if you really wanted to set that scene up so you could have a dialogue where he could have the sentiment, like, you're not my father, any other way, it would have taken time. I mean, it was already a long movie. They didn't have another 15 minutes to set that up, I guess.
I guess I can see
It was
that.
very long.
Just call it the let me look again to see who the producer was. Give me a second. Nah.
Kira, I guess you're right. This is the back of the.
Haha.
It is the back.
I know my Batmobiles.
Oh, see how you are?
Yeah. So yeah, I really think Matt Reeves and Peter Craig, who were the two writers for this movie, and then Matt Reeves directed it. Honestly, they should have just cut out that whole part of dialogue with him and Alfred. And if they really wanted to keep it, just have a Reeves cut. They did it with Schneider. They could have done it with this one. It would have been fine. Because I was very confused by it.
It didn't seem like it fit, but I think they were just trying to make some sort of conflict so that later, when
they could have the resolution. Yeah,
they'd have that resolution. Yeah,
I agree with you.
It's sometimes when you force that kind of thing, people see it, people don't react well to it, and that can it can taint the way that somebody feels about the movie just because you put in a scene you shouldn't have had in there. So You know what I can't stand about Lego lately? They've been doing a lot with stickers. So really, I'm supposed to be putting stickers on this. I don't like stickers. I want them to actually print the damn Lego.
Agreed.
That's fair.
So,
That's fair.
but I don't know. Let's see. Todd says something else here about the animated.
Oh,
The
you're
animated
talking.
cartoons and alternate
Yeah.
universe Batman looked more like an owl, played by
Yes.
James Woods' voice was very deliberate in everything he said.
He's talking about the animated movie Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, and Owlman is this alternate Earth's Batman. And Owlman, who is also a villain, took no shit from anybody and only talked when he needed to. And even then, he was like, "All of you are beneath me for not having my level of intellect, and I can't believe I'm explaining this to you because it's easy." So, slightly different tone, but yes, the same idea of only talking when absolutely necessary.
Was his superpower telling you how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
I was thinking the same thing. I just wasn't going to say it, but that's pretty freaking funny.
No, but it
That's
was
too old of a joke for you.
I still remember the brown and white commercials. Shush.
Okay.
No, but his superpower was uh not only turning down sex from that Earth's Wonder Woman, but also being like, "Your butt is on my computer. Get off." That was his superpower. And I'm just like, "Okay, man. You,
Yeah.
you
Hey.
got it. Not me, but I."
So more of an asexual Batman, more like a, you shouldn't, I shouldn't have to deal with physical urges because I'm above that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, you got a friend chewing on your hand.
I do. He is chewing on his bone. Um, and I will get my background off for a second. Okay, so give a look. Come here.
Well, see, now it doesn't want to be on camera. That's a pretty adorable puppy.
I wonder
All
if
right.
he.
So they, I can't believe we're only like a half hour into this.
It's a half hour.
Half hour into the movie.
Oh, oh shoot. 2.5 more to go.
So we'll get through some more of it faster because really what we were talking about right now is what's our feelings of the movie and how Pattinson plays everything. So and the Riddler add into that. So
Then we should probably break this up into subjects instead of minute by minute for the movie.
yeah, we can go on and do that now. Yeah. So
Chris,
the one thing that is in the very next scene here that I thought was silly was Alfred when he started doing the cipher. When you're doing a cipher and you have a key, you enter everything from the key first, and then you go ahead and start filling in like he did double letters. So when Batman says to him, Bruce says to him, "What if we just take the ones we know and negate the rest?" Alfred would have already done that. Alfred should have already seen that it said drive, because that's what you have to do when you're doing a cipher.
Yeah.
So
I think it was just convenient storytelling.
it was again to try to show that Batman thinks outside the box, and somebody logical trying to figure out a cipher might not have recognized that if we just look at what's already deciphered, what do we see? But either way, it says drive. They figure out that they need to go look for the car. They get into the car, Gordon and Batman, and that's where we find. It says, "What are you looking for?" Looking for a USB drive, and that's when we find the thumb drive.
What
Yeah,
I love it.
I thought it was a good use of the snipping tool to jam it into the tire of the car that the Riddler wanted Batman to go into. It's like, well, which car do we go into? Well, Batman sees the snippers with blood stains still on it jabbed into the tire. So I thought Riddler did, I'd say, a good job of just showing off his intelligence by just jabbing that in there and then having the thumb and the drive, and then using that thumb to access the fingerprint thumb drive. I thought that was not bad storytelling.
I liked it.
It was very Riddler. It was very Riddler.
Mhm.
Okay, so if we're not going through and doing this scene by scene, then
Well, that up to you. Whatever you prefer.
well, the only thing I can say is the rest of the scenes start going a little faster because again, we've got a good basis of the characters already figured out, and this actually introduces the characters as we go still as well. Um, I thought Jeffrey Wright did a good job of Gordon.
Agreed.
Yes.
I mean, he wasn't spectacular, but Jeffrey Wright plays Jeffrey Wright playing the character. He's Jeffrey Wright. There's no
And
no
it was
changing
good
him
within the confines of the story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did a good job because it didn't take me out of the story to know that Jeffrey Wright was going to be Jeffrey Wright. He was no different than Felix Leiter. No different than some of the other characters he's played, but it fit Gordon well enough that it looked pretty good.
Agreed.
So, let's see.
This is where we meet
Well,
Selena, right?
we find out about the Russian chick Annika, and Gordon says that's the Iceberg Lounge that Batman has to go to, and says, "Well, I can't go in there because they'll never give me a warrant to go in there." And Batman shows up the door and meets the twins, and brings up the second twin comes up and says, "You better get out of here. There's going to be blood on your suit, unless you want blood on your suit." Which brings up Batman's line, if you guys know it. Nope. Okay.
Yeah. Whose
Mine?
blood? Yours or
Yep.
mine?
Yep.
Yeah,
Whose
that
blood,
one.
yours or mine? So some of these lines, they just threw them in there because it's
They
expected.
had to.
I mean,
Yeah, they had to.
sometimes you do it because it's like where he says the bat signal is a warning earlier. If you didn't come up with the word warning a half second or 2 seconds before he said it, something's wrong because that's
Right.
where the conversation, that's where his narration was leading for you to actually get that.
Mhm.
So sometimes you're playing to the fan by throwing in some certain lines that
Yeah.
it it's something just to make the fan go, hey, yeah. So kicks the crap out of the twins. It's actually a pretty cool scene. The whole fight scene where he gets everybody,
It
gets
is
the gun
so
pulled on him, and he whips the pipe at the one guy's nose, and breaks his nose. and that's when Oz comes in and starts, introduces himself and starts talking to Batman. So cool thing also about this was, as instead of an older Batman like the detective Batman, where he would actually go in undercover, Batman didn't really have a lot of range as far as trying to be other people. In fact, in this one, we already said he doesn't have a lot of range anyway. He's pretty much just emo Bruce. So going in as Batman, I thought was a good way to run this, since even later the Riddler says, you are the person in the mask. So he didn't really have a lot to draw on as far as personality or being able to imitate other people to go undercover. So what do? You show up as Batman and you kick the crap out of people until people talk to you. I didn't
Yep.
mind that.
And that is something I actually wanted to point out, that I haven't seen a Batman iteration in animated. Ow, shoot. Sorry, puppy bit me. Um, I haven't seen an iteration of Batman in comics, shows, or movies, except since the animated Batman series that again started in 1979 and continued in 1982, 5, whatever. The animated Batman series. Batman, Bruce Wayne back then, would get into disguises. He would be a sailor, he would be a thug, he would be um a salesperson, whatever it was, a homeless person. He had disguises, and he would be a detective in these disguises and do lip reading. Actually read the lips of other people and try to figure out what's happening next. And I haven't seen that pop up again in so long that at this point I don't even come to expect it anymore. I just don't even look for it because I know it's not going to show up.
Well,
And
I'm kind of hoping that that's where this leads as a trilogy. So yeah, continue your thought. I'm sorry.
no, that's it. That was just um since the animated Batman series, um I just have never seen Batman or Bruce Wayne be anything but what they are, Batman. And that's just that.
And what I mean, you sound like you're pretty well versed in all things Batman. Was it? It all blurs together in my memory whether or not it was a TV show or whether or not it was in the comic books. But there were several times where even Alfred would step in, like if he and Bruce had to be in the same place at the same time, he would have Alfred step in as Batman, like in the suit. So yeah, that was a shtick. That was a thing he did on the regular. Used disguises a lot.
There
Um,
was one animated series in 2007 that Alfred did that once, but it was so Bruce Wayne could show up in front of a reporter. And Batman was like up on the rooftop far away. You could see his silhouette and couldn't make out the mustache. M- mu-
Mhm.
mustache. There we go. Mustache from Alfred from that far away, right? But yeah, it hasn't come up. It hasn't needed to, apparently.
well, that's also a move from the '77 or the '70s Batman. 60. Jeez, what was it? 60s, not '70s. Either way, it
Live
was
action.
the Adam West, because Alfred would show up, which made it very funny because Alfred was very much skinnier than Adam West. So he'd show up in the Batman outfit, skinny, and people would be like, "Oh, look, there's Batman, and here's Bruce Wayne." So yes, they made a joke out of it, but I agree that there's the between the disguises and having Alfred help out. I think that they need to do that, and I'm hoping, and that's what I was hoping with this movie, was that detective Batman becomes more prevalent in the next couple of movies. Hopefully, don't know.
Dad quickly commented that the fight scene in Iceberg Lounge, homage to John Wick kicking bouncer ass in a club. And yeah, agreed, especially with how quickly and efficiently it was done.
Yeah.
There was no drama whatsoever because as soon as an elbow or a knee or a fist went towards another person, they were going to go down. Period.
Mhm.
That was it.
Yeah, I loved how brutal and efficient his combat was throughout.
It was very much like Daredevil season 1.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Later on, there's actually a fight that when well, it's at the end, so we'll try to get there and get to that point. But there's a scene that's another very similar to another kind of fight from a different kind of movie. Actually, had Christian Bale in it. Okay, so Oz doesn't give up anything really telling, but that's where Selena comes in, and he recognizes the boots are very similar to the boots that the Annika is wearing. So now he's got to follow Selena. He follows Selena back home and does the same thing that the Riddler did in the beginning of the movie, or at least he wasn't breathing as heavily. But he's across the road, staring down at her with goggles or with binoculars, and it's another point to how close Riddler and Batman are in this movie. It shows a little more of the there's not really a comparison. It's a little more of the similarities. I'm sorry, trying to come up with the word between the two.
There's no distinction in the method of gaining information, right? So, with the Riddler at the beginning and now with Batman, they're both willing to breach privacy, especially because Selena was changing straight up. Like, it wasn't just watching a little kid and his parents, like, get ready before Halloween trick or treating. Nah, you were a peeping Tom, bruh. Um, and but the difference was, like you said, lack of breathing. This one was a very controlled, no shaky hand binoculars watching, and no heavy breathing, no erratic, psychotic breathing. Um, so again, yes, they were similar, but it is getting towards the end of there is a distinction. There is a difference.
Was I the only one that was shocked when she took her wig off?
You were shocked.
Nah.
I shouldn't say shocked, but I was surprised. I really thought for sure that was her real hair. Like they went right into her switching into her costume. I like that.
I think the only reason I wasn't shocked was because it's come up a couple times in different animated series, so I had seen it before. Um, and also just because Zoe Kravitz and wigs, she can pull off every single one of them, and it's just so
It's
inspiring.
crazy.
It's
Yeah.
inspiring and also makes me a little jealous, but that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah. And they look so natural.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I wish
And
I
I
could
like
pull
the
off
way
a
that they
wig.
portrayed her right in the beginning when she flips out of the window. I'm sure there's a little CGI in there, but that was a real fluid tumble down onto the pavement. I think it was reminiscent of going way back when, because Catwoman's always, even from the very beginning, the Adam West days, she was always sexy and slinky and
Mm-hmm.
very, very fluid in her movements. I like the way they They accentuated it nicely without going too over the top. Even like with her mask, it almost looked unintentional. Almost looked
Mhm.
unintentional to have like cat ears. I like the
Yeah, I think the best Catwomans I've seen so far are live action anyways. Halle Berry and Zoe Kravitz now.
yeah. I agree. Absolutely.
Terry. Terry.
Really.
What's that? What's that look for?
'Cause he probably likes Michelle Pfeiffer.
Uh, at least better than Halle Berry.
Really?
Halle Berry looked good, but she wasn't a good Catwoman. But then again, it was also a terrible story. So
That's fair. That's fair. It was a
Yeah.
very terrible story. It was so bad.
I mean, Halle Berry looks really really good. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can't deny that she's very pretty and that she had a very sexy look to the Catwoman. I just, oh god, the movie was so bad. But okay.
Agreed. But so really quick anecdote. I watched that Catwoman movie with Halle Berry in it in the same day as watching Love and Basketball. My fiance across the living room just asked me, "What is that?" Just picture interracial couple, girl going to go shoot some hoops, and guy is like, I would love to join in, and she is like, "Nah, you're not from around here. Scoot, beat it, hose off," right? Um, and it ensues a lovely romance about love and basketball. So, yes, both movies are bad, but I did consider that Halle Berry was a good Catwoman.
All right.
If you ever want to just laugh and have a drink, watch Love and Basketball.
Love and basketball.
Yep.
What's this Todd saying? Catwoman disguise is always as bad as undercover elephant. Lift the mask off. A pink elephant. Holy crap! It's undercover elephant. Yes.
Harry the Platypus. Agent Perry.
So he um follows Catwoman to the mayor's house so that she can bust into um, the mayor's safe. She proves that she's actually really good cat burglar, and Batman just shows up at the end of her breaking in, just to startle her. They have a bit of a fight. Now, I liked this movie for another reason, and this is the reason why the only thing that I really have a problem with is Bruce Wayne. But as Batman and Catwoman fight, she is 5'2", 90 pounds. He's 6'1", probably about 200 pounds with his armor on, and if not more. Which brings up another thing that I forgot to mention. Um, but she hits him, and he takes the impacts of the hits, uh, but she doesn't do any damage. She doesn't knock him back. There's no, oh my god, she's so overpowered, little girl that can beat a 200-pound man. That makes no sense in most of the other movies that are out for superheroes. This makes sense. Physically, she is not a match for Batman. Batman can easily overtake her and does. And I think that was a very good choice to show just the difference between body masses when they're in a physical altercation.
Yeah. And not only body mass, but like you said, the fact that he is
Hey,
wearing
House of Moth. Sorry. Go ahead.
He's wearing a suit. He's wearing body armor. So it shouldn't phase him. Yeah, I like the fact that it was very realistic because, like you said, in a lot of the other movies, you see some of these moves being pulled off. And if you've ever, if you know anything about anything, you're like, no, 110 pounds, 4'10" at that angle. No, you're not knocking a guy back 6 feet. That's just not happening. And you kind of have to suspend your disbelief to allow for it to be, acceptable in those movies. But it does, in my opinion, take away from the realism. Yeah, I like the exchange that they had
Yeah.
and the awkward tension at the end too when he grabs a hold of her to keep her quiet. I was like, oh boy, we're gonna cross a line here. I didn't realize anybody was coming.
And surprising, she didn't struggle much when he finally did just say shh, stay still for a minute. She instinctively said, okay, well, he's not trying to hurt me. He's just trying to get me to stop moving so that once she hears the guard coming, I thought that her trust in him for him not beating the crap out of her when all he was doing was stopping her from hitting him, and then he just restrained her. He didn't use any extra force. He didn't smack her around at all. So he did a very respectful way of blocking and then restraining and not making it completely awkward. I mean, he didn't hold her inappropriately. He didn't, he just the scene was done pretty well. See, House of Moth says realism is overrated. We're talking about comic book and cartoon characters. Just gotta sit back and enjoy. So he still Moth though. When you're talking about a 90-pound 5'2" taking on a 6 foot whatever 225 pound guy, there's not a whole lot of displacement that her mass could do against his mass.
Sad. Sheesh.
My brother Todd says best not spit on the Hit Girl. We'll have some words. Hit Girl was fun in that, and as far as that goes, House of Moth, I agree with you. As far as Hit Girl goes, on what's the name of the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, I almost said gas.
Huh? Kick Ass, yes.
Not
So as far
Suck
as that movie goes, I agree. You just suspend the disbelief. You're fine. You're enjoying that kind of thing. But sometimes it gets a little bit much to keep watching tiny girls kick the crap out of guys that they have no possible way of defeating.
Yeah, and I also agree with them. It's just that in this movie, it seemed like it was a recurring theme. It seemed like they were trying very hard to keep things realistic. The technology, the fighting, the costumes. They tried to keep it very consistently realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I did appreciate it, especially too, because later on, when Selena Kyle, Catwoman, fights more, she can protect herself, but she's also always trying to get away, right? The purpose of her attacking or taking someone is very deliberate in that she knows she can only do so much. Because again, she's 90 pounds, not that tall. And I really appreciated that because, yes, you can, as a woman that small, you can do as much as you want, but at the end of the day, you can only do so much. You only have so
Right.
much body mass, you only have so much energy in your body. You're not going to be able to take on 8 guys at the Iceberg Lounge.
All right. Let's see. So, um, next thing is they come back and find that Annika's now been taken, and they see the news that the commissioner, Pete Savage, has been killed by rats with a rat maze headgear. So Batman takes off to go figure that out. It's kind of an offline, but when Batman looks down at the cats rubbing against his feet, he says, "You have a lot of cats." I thought that was just funny.
It was funny.
Just it's just a comment, a throwaway comment, but it was like her response was, she collects strays, but that wasn't anywhere near as funny. It's just Batman, it's very stoic Batman looking down. You have a lot of cats. It's just, I don't know. I like that. I thought it was funny.
That was another line of catering to the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Batman gets to the crime scene. Gordon explains to him that what happened with the how he was picked up when he went to the gym, and then how they found him, chewed on by rats. Batman finds the card, and I thought it was good that the actual envelope to that card had rat piss on it. It's like, well, that makes sense. Like it was actually stained with rat piss. I'm like, okay, I'm not taken out of the scene because it looked completely perfectly normal that would happen. So the second card is, I'm mad about you. Want to know my name? Just look inside and see. But wait, I cannot tell you. It might spoil the chemistry. And then scratched into it was, follow the maze till you find the rat. Bring him into the light, and you'll find where I'm at. Doesn't really give him a whole lot to work on. So the only thing he had was the maze itself had some more cipher clues in it that he took pictures with his light ball thing. And that's what Alfred works on from there. So the next thing is he's going to help Selina try to figure out what happened to her friend Annika, but also he wants help as well.
Dad's comment.
I agree. Todd said that he was convinced that he was in the same Gotham the whole time. Something that, and wasn't taken out of it by the black light spray paint from Joel Schumacher's two movies. I didn't know when I first saw it, and I knew the second and third time, but I did not know the first time I saw it, that they used the LED volume from Mandalorian. They used the LED screens all built up around and used the gaming engine to come up with the background. I thought they had done a pretty good job of lighting and the city itself. It looked pretty good, and I didn't notice the first time I saw it that this wasn't practical. I thought the background looked pretty good, which means that the technology must be increasing as they go as well. It wasn't quite as jarring as it was in Mandalorian when it because all they had to worry about was going from a desert to a couple of rocks, and then they'd have the background sort of hidden by the rocks, and then so wherever the background was, it kind of wasn't bright enough. It wasn't detailed enough, but it worked. It was an interesting way to do it. But I didn't know that this one also uses the same technology. I thought they did a pretty good job of it.
I didn't know that either.
Todd's talking about the intoxicating scent you're wearing, Doris. I have cats. Meow. From Van Wilder. Okay, so she gets the eyeball thing put in, and this is the first flirtatious, outwardly flirtatious scene between Selena and Batman, and it was played pretty well. She's got the thing in her eye, and he says, "Wait," and comes up to her and stares at her right in the eye, and he's, it almost looks like they're going to kiss, and she looks like she's getting ready for a kiss, and then he's like, "Yep, you're ready. Here, take the earpiece," because he was just staring at the eyeball. I thought that was, into Todd's and your point, Kira, with the James Woods Owlman. That was very much like a let's keep this to the technology. Let's keep this to the investigation. I'm not even thinking about, having any kind of relation with you. It turns out that was just an act because he then suddenly gets really jealous when she goes and investigates. Do you have anything to say about this particular scene where she goes and investigates? Either of you.
Zoe Kravitz. That's all.
All right, so you're a big fan of Zoe Kravitz.
I am. She's hot. Can't blame her.
Okay.
So she's really talented. So
Yeah.
All right.
Agreed.
All right.
that's it.
So she goes in, and that's where we find out about the DA and the drops, that everybody's a drop head, including the DA. And that's where she tries to go after the girl who knew something about Annika,
Hmm.
and then takes the contact out. I thought it was actually pretty good when she was first going in, and he had to tune in the frequency to get a good picture. I thought that was pretty good because you figure it's an underground club. There's probably a bunch of frequencies besides you're talking about the music playing, whatever security frequencies are going on. He had to tune in to go around that frequency to lock in a good picture. I thought that, as far as your technology portion, Chris, I thought that was pretty realistic as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
Agreed.
so so he pisses off Zoe, goes back home, and he starts looking at all the video evidence of who was all there. Zoe had taken off. Gil Colson had asked her if she wanted to ride. She said no. Gil goes to his car and sees that the back of his chair is sitting in the passenger seat, just in time to get his head bashed in a few times by the Riddler. And then we don't quite know what the Riddler's up to, but attaches something to his neck and says, "Shh."
And when he was asking her if she needed a ride, I almost thought, like, oh man, is this him? Is this the Riddler? Is he going to grab her, put her in the car, and do her in?
Oh, you were thinking Gil was the Riddler?
I was thinking it was a possibility. Yeah, he was acting kind of creepy. It's like,
He
hey,
was
come on
creepy.
over. I'll give you a car ride. Like, yeah, I bet you will, pal.
Yeah, the only creepiness. I didn't get Riddler vibes from him. I got extremely lonely and really needed something other than his hand for that day. So that's all I got.
Wow. You went there.
I mean,
No,
sorry.
it's good.
Like,
it's awkward to
Honesty is the
talk like
best
this with
policy.
your niece. That's all.
What?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. You just say what you got to say. I'm just saying, you know.
All right. In any case, that's kind of the vibe that I got from him. So as soon as we saw the car, I was like, "Ooh, Riddler's gonna be in it. It just has to. There's no reason to show him being panned to the car unless either Batman or Riddler is in the car with him. That's the only reason.
Well, we also kind of got a shot from the car looking out at them through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That
when they came out of the club, and he had asked her, and she said no, and immediately grabbed a taxi. So you kind of got that shot from the Riddler's point of view to begin with. And you're like, okay, well, he's gonna be fucked.
Well, again, that's why I was like, I don't know if whether it's Batman or the Riddler in the car, because I was completely expecting either one of them.
Well, considering how much the two of them are alike, I can see where that could have been Batman in the car waiting for him, especially considering he wanted more information about Gil. But
Yeah.
all right, so next scene is um, Bruce is looking over the footage, and he's wearing a tux, and Alfred comes out and says, "Oh, look at you! You're wearing a tux. Says you're actually going out into the world." He says, "Yeah, I got a memorial for the mayor to go to." Says, "You don't have your cufflinks. Here, take mine." He says, "A Wayne shouldn't be without his cufflinks." And he says, "Well, you're not a Wayne. How come you have them?" "Well, your father gave them to me." That was kind of a slap in the face, trying to remind him, "Hey, I was a really good friend to your father, and your father really liked me. So, yeah, shut the hell up
Again,
sometimes, kid."
another reason why I got the rating lowered for me because this is just so weird. It was so weird to see that hostility against Alfred. Like, of everyone, I wasn't expecting him to be receiving it. And it just felt wrong to see that.
It's definitely forced.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying to build the narrative. They were trying to get you invested in Alfred's character so that when something happened later and there was making up to do and his life is on the line, that you were invested in him as a character and you kind of knew he was a looked well upon by his father. I think they labored over it a little too much. I think they could have just let it go.
Yeah.
Like, we get it. We know who he is. We get it.
Yeah.
Plus, even people who aren't super nerds, they know three main things about Batman. Batman, Batman and Joker. There's occasionally a Robin. There's always an Alfred.
Right.
So
Yep.
it really didn't need to have that much emphasis, nor
I
honestly
agree.
this much hostility. So many past iterations have had the fact that Alfred is the last person. Alfred, at the end of the day, is the only one that no matter what Bruce or Batman does, Alfred is in his corner. No matter how much he wants to slap Master Wayne, he's not going to because he knows the world and Bruce himself will do it for him, so he doesn't need to. So seeing this was just so weird. It
Yeah,
didn't
it was.
feel right.
Yeah, it was definitely labored. It was. It would be like them launching into a big explanation about like the building of the Batmobile or something. It's like we don't need it. It's not an essential part of the story. It's really a given. You know, I don't know who that was meant for.
Listen, the only person it's meant for is Morgan Freeman. We already had him. So we're done.
I did think this guy made a very good Alfred.
Agreed.
Yeah, Andy Serkis wasn't bad. I think it was much better portrayal than Ulysses Claw. That was just terribly written character, and I don't think they did the transition between him being sane but psychotic to being psycho very well in those movies at all. All right. So the next scene is Bruce Wayne shows up at the memorial, thinking that he sees Selena Kyle with Carmine Falcone. He gets into a altercation with, well, an almost altercation with the guards, Carmine's guards. And Carmine brings up that at one time he was shot and showed up on Thomas's doorstep, and Thomas performed surgery right on the dining room table, and Bruce is watching from above. So that starts the storyline of can he trust his father, by saying that your father, was a good man, but he also, helped me out. So
Right.
he might be a good man, but still good men do strange things.
And thus begins the third reason why I had reservations okay to good on this movie. It comes
Okay.
up more later, but just a preface. This is the third and final reason why I couldn't say that this movie was good or excellent.
Okay.
Um,
So, go ahead.
and this is really a part where I saw Penguin like the Godfather.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely had that old school mobster vibe.
So that brings up what we started talking about in the beginning, is the apparent homages to other movies. So he acted like De Niro from Untouchables, where he was Capone, very very Capone-ish, and definitely had some Godfather type tendencies as well. So I thought, like I said earlier, it was like watching a movie and feeling comfortable with the movie because you're seeing things that you recognize and that feel comfortable that you've watched before, even though you've never watched them before. It was interesting the way that they did it. So anyway, so he walks in expecting he's going to see the Riddler at any time, and ends up going up to the kid. Well, actually, I guess the mayor introduces herself and says a couple of lines to him, where she says,
You're squandering your family's legacy.
"Yep, that's
Not in those exact words, but yeah.
yep. Your family has a history of philanthropy, and I don't see you doing anything." So that's very interesting, considering what he has been doing the whole time. Not being public, but spending all of his time as Batman. So it was an interesting slap in the face to him by saying, publicly, you look like you're a little shit. You're not doing anything. Where he actually was, he just wasn't doing it publicly. So it was
Okay.
interesting.
How about this? Did you catch this? During that scene, I want to say it's, I don't know, right before it, right after it, I'm not sure. But there's one guy that's like breaking through the barrier, and your attention's drawn to him. And then shortly after, right before that happened, there was another guy right next to Bruce. that was whispering something along the line, like in rebuttal to what was just said, something along the lines of like, "You weren't there for me. You weren't there when my daughter needed you." And all I could think of is that those are probably two of the guys that showed up, like for Riddler, that they were part of the group that were going to be shooters later on.
They
They
very
were
well
both
could have
sitting
been.
in the crowd, all grumbling and
I thought the
rowdy
same
already.
thing because like I said, he was looking for the Riddler in the crowd, and that was the first one was the guy that tried to made eye contact with Bruce, and then tried to sneak around, and that's where the cop stopped him and pushed him back. So yes,
Yeah.
I completely agree that it they could be some of the Riddler's minions. Very good point on that.
Again, I have only seen it once, but now that you mention that, yeah, I can definitely agree with that, especially now knowing what the ending is. Looking back, yeah, that makes complete sense.
And they had, when they finally were able to go back and see the comments on his videos, that they had dated back. They were showing that they were all communicating, "Hey, don't forget to bring a clip," and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. One thing that I will mention too about the mayor coming into this part is that, again, we've only seen Bruce Wayne as a very emo young adult, still trying to figure out his daddy issues. Um, which, granted, losing both parents in a very traumatic event, yeah, but for sake of continuing, daddy issues. Um, I will mention too that in the first interaction we see between Alfred and Bruce, Bruce is actively avoiding any interactions with anyone, any accountants, anyone from Wayne Enterprises, actively avoiding touching anything from Wayne Enterprises, actively avoiding touching anything that Alfred can't just take care of when it comes to money. Which is interesting because he's so focused on being Batman that he's lost sight of how to also be not Batman. And this just gets brought up again when the mayor is talking with him. Um, that, hey, your family has a legacy and you're doing jack shit about it, bro.
So it definitely brings more of Batman's uh, self realization that it's part of the arc that I think they did a pretty good job of. Um, when he finally realizes just how much he's like the Riddler and the Riddler's like him, and these things that have been said to him throughout the movie, you can see it in his eyes. He's thinking about these things now. Whether or not that's just a vacant stare from the actor, and it just happened to work, or if it was planned, either way, it came off as though Bruce or Batman was learning, and had a lot more introspection as to what was going
I
on.
picked up on that too.
So, all right, car comes in. Oh, he stares at the kid, which we already went over earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Car comes in. He saves the kid. Coulson comes out. Everybody yells bomb. They all leave. Um, the bomb robot comes up, and that's where Batman comes in again. Entrance from the dark into the light, like he did earlier when he saved that guy off the train from the gang members. It
Mm-hmm.
was footsteps in the blackness coming out of the shadows. Very much very much a metaphor for what happens to him throughout, toward the end, where when the end finally comes, he realizes he needs to be something more than just the shadow that he talked about himself being, not in the shadows, but he is a shadow, is what he said in the beginning of the movie. So it really comes through as more, more of the story. I don't know if it was hammering it home or if it's just cementing our thoughts of Batman, still believing he is part of the shadows at this point. But I thought it still worked out pretty well. Of course, the cops go ape shit that he actually was getting involved, but then we have the interaction with him and Coulson.
Um, also want to point out too that now that Chris, you had mentioned the fact that um these two people in the crowds who were most likely shooters later on at the near the end of the movie, um when the car comes in, um Olson walks out with a bomb strapped to his neck. Everyone is running away, and Bruce looks up at the balcony and sees the Riddler.
Oh yeah,
That
forgot about that.
could, it could have been Edward Nygma, or it could have been just another one of the shooters with a getup, a very similar getup. Because now that we know about this chat with so many other people who were then involved, they could have been involved from as early as that point, where instead of Edward coming out into the public and worrying about possibly getting caught, it was actually just these multiple people helping him with these small interactions. But I'm not sure if that's true or not, simply because um the Riddler person was looking down straight at Bruce Wayne. And maybe it's because Bruce was like the last person that was not running away, but it could also have been because Edward Nygma already knew Batman's identity and had not shared that with anyone else yet.
But he hadn't. It's thought that he is later, but he never ends up knowing. But what he does hate Bruce Wayne for is the fact that Bruce Wayne, the orphan, became the only story, and the orphans from the orphanage lost out on the renewal money because people forgot all about him. So he already has a hatred for Bruce Wayne. So it's very possible that he's looking down on Bruce Wayne with disdain and possibly even hoping that he gets his ass kicked by the car as it comes in. But I would say that that might have, well, very well should have been the Riddler looking down simply because of his dislike for Bruce. So that would be my take on it. But again, who really knows? So then the next card listed to the Batman is a girl holding onto a phone. In these trying times, never forget, I'm just a phone call away. And then scrawled into it says, answer. So the phone's ringing in his hand, and Batman answers. Now, when let's see how far I've jumped here. He's talking to Riddler, and he says, "Who are you?" And the Riddler says, "I'm nobody. I'm just an instrument here to unmask the truth about this cesspool we call a city." Later on, the mask portion of their persona that that Edward and Batman are talking about in the prison, where he says that the mask is the real you. It's all about the masking versus the unmasking of of the city being a character. Like the city is corrupt. The mask that it is not corrupt is what I want to take off. I want to show the world that everybody is corrupt and that this is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. But I thought it was interesting. You said, I'm nobody. I'm just an instrument. So they go through a bunch of riddles. Coulson gives up 2 answers. He was being paid $10,000 a month to look the other way and not take certain cases. But the third one, he wouldn't give up the rat, and instead blows up, blowing up Batman because Batman didn't get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, Batman freaking tanks that hit. Like, thank God he had that body armor on, because otherwise he'd be dead. That man would be gone. There's no coming back from being that close to a blast.
And I loved how it had the ring, and then how like everything deafens out, and then it starts coming back in with the ringing. That's what it's like when you hear something that loud.
Let me turn my mic down for a second so I don't ASMR you guys to death.
Yeah, I kind of had to pause the movie right after that explosion and just be like, man, that man just
Yeah,
that man just took all of that explosion.
yeah,
No barrier.
it was, yeah, like you could feel it. Not only was it visual, but the visual with the sound. It just, I had an audible oof.
And it's surprising that he didn't get his face burned off.
Right?
Moneymaker.
That's true.
Can't do that. That's what you're paying them the big bucks for.
And it's not like Bruce Wayne doesn't have enough money for plastic surgery, so could have had a Two-Face, but with the opposite sides.
top, top about him.
They really could have. I'm disappointed now that they didn't.
All right, so he ends up waking up in the police custody, and he's got to escape somehow. And Gordon tells him, Gordon gets him alone, tells everybody else, "Hey, let me see if I
Let's
can get."
pause just for a second.
Yep.
So, a lot of times, because I have so much noise going on in the room, I'll watch these things with the closed captioning on. And that way I don't have to get murderously angry at people that are talking over the volume of the TV.
Or somebody texting you while you're watching it. Sorry.
Yeah, that happens. So you made me lose my train of thought, man.
Sorry.
Closed captioning.
I was just thinking, like, was that me?
Closed captioning, something that
was that the one that was texting you while you were watching it?
You were mentioning that you have closed captioning,
the closed
on
captioning.
Something you must have read because you didn't hear it.
Yeah, when he woke up, when he finally came to, because he was kind of hearing muffled noises, but the last line that was said before he jumped into action was, they were talking about his mask, and they were like, "Well, let's just find out. Let's just take it off him." And that's when he jumped up. But was I the one that was interrupting you when you were watching the movie? Was I texting you?
No, I texted you while you were watching.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it, and I sent you a couple memes.
It's fine. I watched it several times. I'm going to watch it again.
No way.
I mean, that whole um poor Gordon taking that hit to the nose though. Um, but that whole situation really just again cements the fact that this is year 2 of Batman being Batman. It really just again, it's another confirmation of the fact that like he is just a vigilante at this point. And there's only one person here in that whole Gotham precinct that wanted him to stay, and it was Gordon. So I I think that whole scene, I didn't really see anything wrong with it, anything to nitpick, just because yeah, I that's how I expect it would be. Pretty realistic.
Yeah.
So then he punches Gordon and escapes upstairs
Mhm.
and pulls a ripcord on his suit, and it becomes a glider suit. As the cops get up there, he jumps off. So I thought they did a pretty good job of. It looked like Batman was not comfortable with what he had to do jumping off of that, and he was going at a pretty good clip. So then the question is, how is he going to stop? And as he's heading toward the bus, and the overpass with the train going by, and he's going to try to fly under the overpass and on top of the bus. He pulls the parachute. The parachute gets caught, and he slams into the bottom of the of the overpass. Bounces into the bus, slams into a car, bounces across some trash cans and other effluvia on the ground to finally come to a rest. I'm surprised that motherfucker actually got up. Because seriously, he got his head rattled something fierce.
Well, as he was getting up, I could tell that like this was supposed to be a moment as he is getting up of just like, okay, how many broken ribs? How many broken ribs? Oh man, I can't breathe. Like I just this man just got concussed super hard from an explosion, let alone whatever burns that he's experiencing or may not be experiencing. Then he dealt with that, like just multiple impacts and gravity kicking his butt more than any other criminal in Gotham has to this date. And I'm just like, you must have several cracked ribs. You must have some internal bleeding a couple places. I'm surprised your jaw is still intact. Like, damage. Real damage.
Yeah.
And I liked it. It looked like it was one cut. So it absolutely sold it when he stood up and he staggered. Like you felt as if you just watched him come all the way down and land like that. Like it was 100%. I was sold.
It was a god awful scene. I cringed. I was like,
It was
oh,
terrible.
God.
I held my breath.
It's I always have like when people get fingers caught in car doors, or or somebody decides to in a movie show the actual arm breaking, and like that's the kind of thing, like, oh man, just because
For me, that's your nose.
I have that thing with fingernails and toenails. I can't. I can't. When anyone just like has a situation where something is getting up underneath the fingernails, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. That's a no. I can't stand that.
Oh, you'd hate
Ugh.
bamboo torture.
Yes, I do.
How about your nose?
Oh, well.
I've got like a
That was
volleyball.
one of those things that I will never forget. That
Mm.
when I think of gruesome things, that's what I picture is your nose getting damn near ripped off your face.
Yeah. Okay.
It
So
was a terrifying thing
Kira,
Wait,
for me more than you.
Chris and I. All right. So Chris had two halves to his house, and the other half.
pause.
All
Are you
right.
telling me I could have had Voldemort as my uncle?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 What?
It's a miracle you don't.
You need a time machine. Go back. You don't. You're fine. Okay. You need to go back.
So, I was stupid, young and stupid,
All
and
you Zirkles are.
yeah. So, the second side of Chris's house, we pretty much just used as a dojo slash workout area, and Chris actually had a hanging a punching bag, a good kicking punching bag, but it wasn't up at this particular time, and hanging down from the ceiling, from a hook in the ceiling, were three chains. Each of the chains had a hook, and each of those hooks onto one of three spots on the punching bag in order to keep it steady. And so the three were hung out on a ring from up above. And well, the bag wasn't there, and I thought it was a good idea to hold on to the chains, climb up the chains, up the rope to the ceiling, and I dropped off from there. And as I dropped off, the chain swung a little bit and caught me in the nose, and just tore it right out. So it could have caught me in the eye.
Ripped it like a hangnail.
It could have
Ripped
caught
it
me in the eye.
up
But
one
it
side of
didn't.
his,
Oh my god.
So
and
like
he
this.
lands and he looks at me and he's got his hand on it. And I saw the chain go in. I saw the chain come out. But it wasn't real for me yet because his hand was on there.
Sure.
And then he pulled his hand away.
Ugh.
And like a Tarantino movie, like
Oh no.
6 seconds pass. I'm like, my eyes are still focusing on his shit. And several seconds passed, and all of a sudden it exploded. Like blood went in every conceivable direction, just spurted everywhere. And then that's when I could see how long the rip was.
Oh my god.
Yep. Makes my back tense up just thinking about it. Like my toes are curled.
Yeah.
It was a terrible thing.
Oh.
So anyway, yeah, very Batman landing-esque. Like you just hold your breath and flinch and go, ooh.
Yep.
Like I wonder what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's
How,
me. I did have that reaction watching this movie.
yeah. How damaged was
Yeah.
he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Brutal.
Very nice, Uncle Terry. You Zirkle boys continue to thrall me with stories.
Yeah.
I am currently 24 years old and I have yet to hear this story. That's how many stories they have. So continue. Continue.
Should have blocked that one out.
Wait, was Dad around or had he already
Who?
left for military?
Yeah. Todd was already in the military. Yeah, I was
So that's
19.
yeah, that's why I
Or
never heard of
no,
it.
was I 19 or was I? It happened after we graduated, didn't it? From high school, was it 18? It might have been 18.
I don't know. It was in that period of time.
But yeah. So
Okay, so
Your poor mother, Terry.
yeah. She survived.
No wonder she's on oxygen. You steal the breath right out of her.
Right.
This
So
poor woman literally has to go. Oh, okay. All right, let's get you to the hospital.
so I actually have an arrow to this, and it says "ouch." This was ouch. That was the scene with him slamming up into the overpass.
Okay.
So then That's when he goes up to the to meet with Gordon, and Gordon says, "You could have pulled your punch." He says, "I did pull my punch."
Again,
So
another fan service comment. Obligatory.
yeah, yeah. So then they go and they figure out that um, they need to track down. Let's see, the drug. Oh, that's right. It was he had mentioned before punching Gordon. He said, "Who's that guy with the broken nose? I ran into him at
Right.
the club at the lounge, and that's the reason he's got a broken nose." And Gordon had said, "Do you think he's moonlighting as one of the penguins in Penguin's organization?" And he says, "Well, either that or he's moonlighting as a cop." So they end up following him, and they end up getting to a drug lab because they got bags of money and the twins and Penguin, and they all head to this drug lab, and they start investigating around. And then Catwoman shows back up, so it sort of puts a damper in what their plans were. But she shows up, and hell starts breaking loose. Something that I thought this almost pulled me out of the movie. When she went into the trunk and she lifted up the duffel bag, she had to use both hands, and you saw her tip forward as she was lifting up the duffel bag full of money. But in just a few seconds, Batman gets shot. He's laying on the ground from whatever impact of the weapons had done to him. He seems to survive other weapons just fine, but whatever this was knocked him out. She gets on her bike and knocks a guy over that's carrying other bags away. But she reaches down one hand, picks up the duffel bag while at an angle like this with her bike. She reaches down, picks it up, and slings it over her shoulder, and then drives away on the bike. And I was like, well, it just took you two hands, and it pulled you off of, almost off your feet as you were pulling it up. And here you're going to reach down, pick it up one hand, put it on your back, and drive away, no problem. Yeah, bullshit. So that almost took me out of the scene. Just, I don't know why. Some things just bug me for physics.
Inconsistency.
The only thing I can possibly think of for that is just like maybe they were combining the fact of A, momentum, and B, fans will suspend disbelief just to allow this to
Some
happen.
don't.
Yeah, well, sorry, dude. Get over it. Anyways,
Yeah. Still liked it better than you, the movie.
yes, but we haven't gotten to the main reason why yet, so
Okay.
we're getting there.
So, what do we got?
Moving forward,
Oh,
drops.
this is the car chase. This is the chase that this comes
Oh,
from.
yes.
So he starts up his car, and it growls. And I thought that was interesting, but I wasn't sure why he did, pulled forward and stopped. Why didn't he just
I think
gun
to
it?
pull
And
attention off of her
you think that's what he was
because
doing?
she was about to get her. Yeah, she was about
Ass
to get.
handed to her?
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
Or head blown off, whichever.
Yep. So I think it was just to make sure all eyes were on him that
Yeah,
it gave her a minute.
That's a good point, because I watched it 3 times and I still couldn't get over that. But then again, every single time I was still thinking about how she was picking up a duffel bag full of
Showboating.
cash.
Right, right.
or it could have been that Bruce Wayne forgot that this was a manual and he had to like remember how to switch gears.
Not
Not
But
the clutch. Oh, shit.
I've only been driving automatics. Crap. Yeah, and then this super awesome car chase that ends up where Batman ends up looking like a bat out of hell, flying over fire, and a perfectly aligned ramp that leads up above this
It just
HUD.
happened to slide into place right at the
Right.
second before he hits it.
Yep. Serendipity.
Yep. Do you remember Deadpool 2, Domino? That's what I felt like in this moment. Just Lady Luck happened. It was a movie. Go on with it. Like just keep moving.
It was
Oh,
a great scene.
So again, this being the volume, them using the LED volume, and all those LED screens all linked together. I was surprised that nothing was practical. Like during this scene, when there was a hit, it felt like all the obstacles actually had weight to them. That there was actual mass that they were bumping into, and I I wasn't taken out of the story at all because I didn't see that it was LED, screens that they were
yeah,
working with vehicles on gimbals. I thought they did a really good job of that. I think the special effects actually were pretty cool.
agreed.
It felt very practical.
Loved it. Loved it. Left me speechless right up till the end.
So he bashes into Penguin's car. Penguin's car, you see from Penguin's passenger seat, you see the actual tumble as it's happening, and then it shows you the car actually tumbling. But that was pretty cool too, because
Yes.
I know
In cab shot.
I've seen actual shots where people in the cab roll, and that was what it looks like. They're just sort of bouncing around a little bit, and arms are kind of weightless in the motion of it. And then you have the little bits and pieces of whatever might have been in the carpet or on the dashboard, in the ashtray, whatever, floating around, and then the glass getting bashed, and then it shatters. It was really a pretty cool scene. And then he looks up, and you see the upside down picture that is cool as shit. Batman walking out of or in front of the fire, coming at him upside down. But just
Another
really
perfect
cool.
comic book frame.
Yeah,
Yep.
a
Agreed.
very cool scene, very cool shot.
Awesome. The only thing I will mention is that this scene alone now makes it, I believe, the fourth time in the whole movie so far that there has been a focus on Batman's shoes doing the slow walk to whatever destination. Because we've seen it when he was walking into the crime scene, the very first crime scene with the mayor, and we saw all the cop shoes and this one pair of combat boots that was Batman's pan up. Oh, it's Batman walking alongside double file cops, right? Second time was um him walking out of the shadows towards the clowns who were messing with that one guy. Third time was him walking out of the shadows towards the bomb strapped to the DA's neck. And now the fourth time right here is walking away from his car that just somehow survived fire and all that great stuff towards Penguin. And I can't recall if there's more instances beyond this, but there was a fascination about Batman slow walking and doing a pan up from his boots to his face. I don't know what it was, but that was the that was the
Didn't
fourth.
notice that, but now that you mention it, yeah.
It was just one of those small things that was just like, why? Like at some it definitely was cool. In every situation, it was definitely cool. But now that I'm looking back, I'm like, they literally did that 4 times in one movie.
Well, I'm sure they do it again later, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was an interesting way to focus on Batman, and
Hmm.
it was almost like focusing on his footsteps, the sound of his footsteps coming out of the shadows. In this case, it was just focusing on the footsteps themselves and his boots. So um, maybe that's the reason why they were doing it, was to um, just to showcase the footstep itself. I don't know.
The only reason I can think for this scene, yes, it was really comic book style, but like the whole I am vengeance, the idea of like this man will chase you until you cannot run away any longer, and then he will just slow walk up to you. You cannot run away. And that was just what made the scene so much ev- so much better for me, was that whole aspect of slow walk it. The man is stuck in this car crash. He can't run anymore. He can't drive away anymore. He has nowhere to go. He knows justice and vengeance is coming.
And right before he got hit, when he thought he had gotten away because he sideswiped the tractor, when he was yelling in the car, like I can't remember what he yelled, but it was something along the lines of "I got you, you son of a bitch."
Yeah.
And then he shoots over. I think that was great acting on the part of Colin on the Penguin. But then right after that scene where Batman is roughing up Penguin, basically implying or accusing him of being the informant, and he, I don't know, somewhat belligerently kind of like laughs in his face, like, "No, man, it's not me." I thought that was also a good scene because you thought like he got him, and it's like, no, it's not him.
Yeah. The good cop, bad cop scene
Yeah,
where they were completely wrong and didn't realize it, and then they ended up saying the Spanish line, "La La Rada
right.
Lada."
L instead of La.
They
Yeah.
said "La" instead of "L," or "L" instead of "La." That's right,
Hmm.
and that's where he picks up on the URLEL, Rada Alada, and realizes it's a website URL. So I thought it was an interesting way to mask as a riddle piece what you were
Hmm.
really
Yes.
trying to get to.
Yeah. Yeah. The URL was a good one.
I will say that during that whole investigation, again, I really got Godfather vibes just from that whole interaction of just Penguin not being, the crazy um mobster who also has just a thing for birds. No, he's a mobster first and foremost, and he will never give up anyone else who's also in the world of crime, because he's not a rat. He's just a
Right.
penguin.
Yeah, he had a
Um,
code.
yeah.
Okay, that's a great Penguin scene where Batman had his ankles and his wrists handcuffed, and then he leaves. He's like, "What? He's just gonna leave me here?" And then he had to waddle away with his
Waddle as
ankles
a
handcuffed
penguin. Yep.
like a penguin. Yeah, it was great. It was great.
It was definitely for it was definitely for the people who were paying attention.
Mhm.
Yes.
because it was a distance shot. It wasn't up
It was
close.
a
So it wasn't
distance
like they
shot.
were it wasn't like they were trying to focus on the fact that he was waddling like a penguin. So it
Mhm.
was definitely a nod to more fans.
Yeah. Yeah. Did me good.
All right, so they go into the URL. They realize that his next target is Bruce Wayne because of the mention of the manor and orphans, and he um, tries calling home and getting a hold of Alfred, and ring, ring, ring. He's in the car, just raging at the fact he can't get through. If you've ever had a problem where you had to get through to somebody, and I don't, hopefully you've never had one that was life and death, but just as pissed off as I've gotten at not being able to get through to the person I'm trying to get through to because of whatever reason, I could feel his anger, his like frustration at the world that he can't get through, and then um, Dory, that
Doors?
what was her name? Dory, wasn't it?
Door? I thought it was Doris. I thought it was like a real traditional name. It might have been
Nope,
Dory.
they called it Dory, according to the cast. So Sandra Dickinson, by the way, is a voice actress, the one who played Dory. So when she answers the phone, and it was a cool scene that they didn't tell you right away what was going on because you didn't see anything else until they pan back and you realize that everybody's already there and that the explosion already happened. That it all happened an hour ago. Pretty cool way to do that.
Yeah.
Agreed. Um, I will say that um, it was a really cool way to do it, and unless you were really paying attention, you were kind of confused on what the heck was going on around Dory because um, we were still watching Alfred as Bruce is trying to call and talk to Dory. Like, we're still watching Alfred open up the letter and everything. So, I don't know. That was just
But
a
when she
really,
said it all happened an hour ago, then it was
yeah.
he's thinking in his mind what could be going on. So we might have been seeing what he thought was going on, which crap, I'm too late. Nobody's answering the phone. God, he's dead. And then gets through to Dory, and Dory's like, "Oh, that happened an hour ago." So not that she said it that way, but
That's kind of what makes it even more confusing. Um, we saw the building Wayne Enterprises have a fire slash bomb, right? It wasn't Wayne Manor, it was Wayne Enterprises.
yes.
So that's kind of where I had gotten lost. So again, I've only seen it once, so maybe I just need to rewatch the scene. But was Alfred at the manor and Wayne Enterprises hit?
It was Wayne
Was that
Enterprises only. The manor. Remember when they're actually investigating the manor, they find it inhabited by druggies, and when they finally go up into the main room, where they hear Ave Maria, they're watching the movie, the home movie of when Thomas decided to run for mayor and also pledged $1 billion to the orphanage. So Wayne Manor is destroyed. It's in this particular one, in this particular movie, the manor apparently got destroyed either before he became Batman. Um, it wasn't like in Batman Begins where it got destroyed during the story.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
And
that might have been something that confused you because of the timing of when the manor was actually destroyed and left to ruin happened long before
okay.
this. Because it's definitely been in decay for a lot longer than just 2 years that he's been Batman. So we got to figure
Agreed.
that that must have happened a long time ago.
Okay. That honestly helps clear things up because I was very confused on why Wayne Enterprises part of the building was on fire and smoking, and then we cut to Wayne Manor later on, and it was just in disrepair, but nothing ostentatious as like an explosion went off. So I was like, I'll just hold off on this for now.
It wasn't clear to me either.
I'm sorry, but it didn't affect your take on the movie as
No,
much.
No.
no.
Okay.
So,
So was it the manor that was used as a orphanage?
yes.
Well, there's a
Art.
building. Yeah, there was a part of the manor that Bruce had said that they had the manor. The building they were using for the orphanage was attached to the manor. So it might have gone into disrepair when Thomas got murdered. And because the Riddler says later that they were all concerned because Bruce was living in the tower all by himself,
Looking
an
down on
orphan.
them.
So they did mention that. So I'm assuming that that means that the orphanage must have gone into disrepair at the same time that that Thomas had died, and everybody forgot about the $1 billion renewal that was supposed to go to the orphanage. Instead, everybody that had any kind of power whatsoever turned it into a laundering scheme,
Yeah.
according to the Penguin. I think it was the Penguin that said that, wasn't he?
No. The first mention of anything was at the manor where the reel is going, but then the sins of the father is written up on the walls. Renewal is a curse, blah blah blah. That type of stuff that was written up on the walls. Because
Oh, I
then
know.
when
Okay.
yeah.
I
Because
know who
then
it was that said that everybody that was in power started using it. It was the broken nose guy.
yes. When
Kenzie.
Selena yeah. When Selena trusses him up and
Yeah, beats the living crap out of him.
deserved.
Definitely. All right, so this is where Alfred gets blown up, and Batman finds out Selena's secrets because they meet, and he starts accusing her of stealing the money. She says, "The money was mine. He owed me that." And he says, "Why?" And she said, "Because he's my father." So we find out some secrets from Selena.
And this whole scene is also another turning point where Bruce starts to really pull back his punches. It's really because of this scene in particular that he starts realizing that not every criminal is a criminal by their own choice. Sometimes it's out of necessity for survival because there is no other choice.
It's a good point.
And that's when we see the transition happen. And I point that out because it again contributes to why I am so upset with this movie, but we're going to continue.
Okay. So she asks him if he's scarred, if he's hideously scarred under his mask.
Yeah.
And he
Great
says
line.
yes.
Yeah, because he wasn't lying.
Yep.
It was just emotional scarring.
Let's let's see. And then she brings up the only woke line in the movie. The brings up white privilege instead of just saying privilege. The privileged people.
White male.
Yeah.
White male.
It's always white men. We could have gone without that. It didn't need to be in here. She was talking about the rich and the powerful, and instead they ended up throwing in that one word. I don't know what box they were trying to check mark off in this movie, because this movie, there were some different boxes checked off, but it wasn't something that affected the story. And then suddenly you throw in, well, all the white privilege that was going on. Whatever.
Yeah.
Not the best idea to throw it in there for script, but since it was the only one, it's not as bad as it could have been. So, like I had said earlier, the storyline seems to use Earth 1's Martha as Arkham, as her last name. And there's some other... Let's see. They go through... Bruce confronts Carmine because he wants to know what exactly, when he sees the news article, he wants to know what exactly his father had to do with Carmine, and did he actually have somebody killed in order to not have information about the mayor come to light, or the mayoral candidate Thomas come to light, and that's when Carmine starts lying to him. Not a bad way to lie. I think he did a pretty good job of gaslighting Bruce in this situation, giving him just enough information to make him lose his faith in his father, and still hide himself as being the main bad guy. I thought was pretty well done. Either of you have a take on that?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Right. Agreed.
All right. So we'll just skip past that. Bruce crisis of faith moment. He goes to Alfred's side. Alfred wakes up. I guess he sort of goes ape shit in his living room and moves the table aside. And we see it's the second time that Pattinson's got his shirt off. And my wish was that Pattinson had done more to get physically fit. Even though it worked for Michael Keaton, I wanted to see, instead of seeing scars, I wanted to see a little more bulk. More like Christian Bale in Batman Begins. Not necessarily lithe and sinewy. I wanted to see him more bulked, because here he is taking on people, and it's the only thing he's doing is fighting 24 every single evening. You'd think he'd be more bulked out than just, the thin
Did you hear
scruffy
that
ones you saw.
story?
What's that?
Did you hear the story behind that?
No.
He almost lost the movie over that because he had gotten sick when he was supposed to be training, and he wasn't able to train and bulk up like he had hoped because he was ill for like a while.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was sick.
That
makes more sense.
Yeah, it jeopardized his contract because he was supposed to bulk up and add like 35 pounds, and he couldn't do it.
Nope. Because first it was COVID, and then it bled into something else, where for like a month and a half, 2 months, he couldn't do anything but just sit in a hospital bed or sit in his home bed, because that's all he could do.
Oh, I did not hear that. So I guess all in all,
He did his best.
I can't fault him for not having the body type then.
He had,
Which is probably why you only saw him from the back on his
Yeah.
shirtless takes.
plus, like, with that being said, I didn't notice any over like super exaggerated CGI. He still had a standard six pack. You could still see all the muscle groups in his arms and backs, and he had the extra four pack on the sides. So like at the end of the day, despite him not being huge, he still had all the major muscle groups that you would use if you were a fighter. So I'm like, eh.
Well, he's a thin guy to begin with. So,
Yeah.
I mean, he was already. It's not like he was flabby to begin with. He's one of those thin guys that you can see muscles. Um, so probably didn't have to do much to make that show. But yeah, I mean he didn't look um, didn't look incapable of doing some of it. It just
Yeah,
didn't look like he was going to be capable of doing all of the heavy lifting that he was doing in the movie.
sure. That's fair. Um, so kind of jumped a little bit. Um, but because you mentioned it already, I will now state why I am so upset with this movie. So we had the situation of Selena kind of breaking it through Bruce's skull, right? Of like not all crime is crime, right? Sometimes it's survival, right? Yes, it is still crime, but it's not because people are trying to do things that are crime. Sometimes it's just because of necessity. And then have the situation where lack of faith in his father. I think that the resolution for the lack of faith in Thomas Wayne and Martha Arkham Wayne, was resolved too quickly because Bruce Batman were already dealing with the fight, the internal fight of, okay, what I'm doing still isn't enough. Crime has gone up, right? We had that in the narration at the very beginning. And then him realizing, okay, maybe not all crime is crime per se. Maybe all crime, if it is actually hurting another person, is bad. And the ones that we need to help would help solve that issue. And then loss of faith in his father, where what could have happened was this conversation that he had with Alfred could have been after. After him coming to a realization that no matter what my father, my parents did, no matter why they were killed, I chose to do this. And I am still going to be Batman because this city needs me. And then have the conversation later on after this resolution of not only being vengeance in the shadows, but also being hope for the city, that he has this conversation with Alfred. And it's finally revealed that no, your father is still a good man. He made a mistake. And I don't know whether that mistake was the cause of his and your mother's death at all, or whether it was just a mugging gone wrong. I don't know. And I think that the resolution, that conversation with Alfred on the hospital bed, it came too quickly. And I was extremely upset at how quickly that problem was resolved.
It could have been much better story arc. You're saying to
Yes.
to have him overcome, and then come to the realization that his dad was not as bad as he thought he was. I can
Yes.
see that.
Right.
And
Now that you mention it, I see that. It
and
would have been a
second,
more poetic
yes,
ending.
it would have been more poetic. And secondly, it again does not make sense because of how much hostility was between Alfred and Bruce. At this point, like when he has the conversation on the hospital bed, it's obvious that he cares about Alfred, but he still comes at him Bruce comes at Alfred on the hospital bed with hostility and accusing him of why did you never tell me the truth? Why did you hide this from me? Etc. Like, there is no remorse whatsoever from Bruce on how he has treated Alfred. So for me to have not only the hostility of everything before the hospital bed conversation and then the whole resolution of Bruce's father, I think there was too much going on in that situation, and they had only a certain amount of time left in the movie, and it had to be tied up in a bow, and that's it. And I think it definitely could have gotten better, been done better, because Bruce had no reason to trust Alfred. He treated him with so
To
much
distrust
hostility.
him?
Yes. Like, oh, why do you have those cufflinks? Like, your father gave them to me. Fuck off, little kid. Like, what do you mean? Like, Bruce did not trust Alfred for whatever reason. So why would he take Alfred at his word? That's the only evidence that Thomas Wayne was not a bad man who actually helped mobsters and put $1 million into letting orphans suffer.
Billion.
Like, billion. Sorry. Billion with a B, not M's. But that's the reason why this movie cannot be good or excellent for me. It's because of those two conflicts getting resolved so wrong and hastily that I just couldn't get past it. I couldn't. Rest of the movie is fantastic. That's the part where I have trouble.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, they definitely could have tied it up better.
All right.
Thoughts, Terry?
Hmm?
Thoughts?
Um, I would be fine with your changes. Your changes to the story, I think that it makes perfect sense. So, without saying anything more about that, because I agree with you.
Okay, just
Oh.
checking. I talked a bit, so letting the floor be open.
So now Batman gets Gordon and whatever cops are not on the take to back him up. Batman goes in, grabs Falcone, right at the time that Selina's about to shoot him. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot. Selina gives the bat signal. They go up onto the roof or the constructing the building that's under construction, and that's when they find out that the $1 billion that was earmarked for the orphans was actually just a free for all. Everybody that could grab money grabbed it when they could, and Selina kicks him over the edge, which I don't have a problem with that. Batman saves him. I don't have a problem with that either. But between the two characters, they did what they would normally do. Batman goes and tries to rescue Selina and stop her from, I guess, tainting her soul by murdering her dad. And I don't think there's anything in this scene that I need to talk about any more than he just stops her and then brings Falcone, does a perp walk with him out to the outside. Anything you guys want to mention?
Zoe Kravitz and wigs. I'm just impressed and awe inspired. That's it.
All right. So, something that was that I thought was an interesting, again, fan Easter egg kind of deal. When Falcone comes up to Gordon being walked up there by Batman, He actually says, "What are you in Zorro? Are you with Zorro over here?"
Mm.
Calling Batman Zorro. The original story where Bruce Wayne and Martha and Thomas are at the movies, they went to go see Zorro. Thought that
Oh,
was
no way.
an interesting callback to because it's not a timely character. Zorro. There's no reason in today's day and age to mention Zorro at all. Zorro's not relevant. We've had what, 2 Zorro movies in the last well, it was what, 8 years ago for the second one, and it was 10 years ago, maybe even more than that for the first. Is that about right?
Yeah,
Must be more.
and they weren't even that relevant then.
Right. So here we are mentioning Zorro. The only reason for it would be because Batman became Batman because his parents were killed when they went to go see Zorro. I thought that was interesting.
The last
I missed it.
Zorro movie seems to have been in 1998.
The Legend of Zorro was 98.
Yeah. I'm looking.
There's 2. It's Antonio Banderas.
Yeah, The Mask of Zorro with Antonio Banderas was 1998.
And then The Legend was a few years after that.
Oh, okay. So The Mask of Zorro was 1998. That's with Anthony Hopkins.
Right.
And then Legend of Zorro was 2005. Okay, my
Correct.
bad.
No, you've brought it up for me. So, literally 18 years. So, like I said, there's no reason for that to have actually been brought up unless they were referencing
Mm-hmm.
the death of his parents. So anyway,
Which again is
hmm?
another homage.
Hmm.
There's been a lot of homages to different media, iconic media in this movie.
Oh, that brings up the when he's going to rescue Selena, he's in the elevator. The elevator doors open, and he doesn't come out. But all of his goons, all of Falcone's goons, are lined up, and they go up to the elevator, and there is Batman up
Yep.
in the top, and he drops down, and they have a battle. Very
Yep.
reminiscent of Equilibrium with Christian Bale and the gun kata with the all you see is
Right.
the muzzle flash, and all the movement is in just illuminated by the muzzle flash. I thought that was very akin to the gun kata scene.
Yeah.
I will say any Batman movie, comic, show worth its shit has to have at least one fight that involves the only illumination coming from a gun muzzle. There has to always be at least one, or else it's not even worth it. Don't even watch it, don't even read it. It's not worth it. Period. And
And this
there
one was done really well.
agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. There was definitely I liked how there was depth. There was the moment that he drops down from the elevator, the top of the elevator to the bottom, and then systematically comes forward, making sure that he is dealing with every single bad guy with a gun. And it takes a second, but I love how much depth there is. It's not just a quick little jump in the air, split kick, oh, took care of both of them. No, he has to take a moment and use some people as, like, you know, human shields and catch them in the leg with a gunshot in order to miss some stuff. Like, it takes a second, and I just thought it was
Yeah,
fantastic.
and he takes a few hits. He doesn't get out of
Does.
it unscathed. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, it was just a very good scene, and I thought it was fantastic. It was good.
Yeah, very.
All right, Falcone. Uh, just as he goes into the light, gets shot by the Riddler. But not before you find out that Oz does have a moral code for being a gangster's code of not being a rat. And Oz was going to kill Falcone, but the Riddler took him out. Batman gets up into the apartment, and he's not there. He's already escaped. And they get a phone call saying that they think the guy is in the diner. The guy
Really
that
quick,
what's that?
step into the light again. Riddler, fantastic. Just a comment. Continue.
No, it's a good comment. Um, again, it's Batman comes out of the shadows and steps into the light, and here we have somebody being shot just because he asked Batman to bring him out of the darkness into the light. So much correlation between all these types of scenes. I think it's can't keep saying it's done well, but it's done well. The apartment was interesting, but we'll get to that in just a second. Because even though Batman goes through the apartment, they don't actually do anything with it. So, what do you think of the Riddler when you first see him, and they slam his head down on the countertop, and he sees Batman through the window, and he says, "Ah," he smiles really creepy, childish
Yeah.
grin.
Mhm.
How do you?
That's
I don't like Paul Dano. I can't stand him. He creeps the shit out of me. So he's perfect for this role because it already put me on edge just to know who the bad guy was. That it was Paul Dano, but creeps me out even more just to see him do it. Uh, but I thought that was a really
Thought
good.
it was he was accurately unstable. I think that the way he portrayed being unstable, you see a lot of that with like people that are screwed up, like inappropriate reactions to different situations, and the kind of noises he made. I think he. I haven't looked it up or anything. I haven't looked at any interviews or anything with him, but I'd have to imagine he did a little bit of research because that he was very creepy.
agreed. Honestly, so from just me always reading, watching, consuming anything that has Batman in it, Riddler is always that genius, but is alone because other people can sense that he, like, one step and he's just gonna crack, right? One step, one word, one action against this dude, and he shows up, he goes postal next day, right? That's literally what we're seeing. Like, and Paul Dano really, really sold that. Just like, this is a guy that is a genius, but snapped. And he's just going postal. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing. And it honestly makes sense with how much, like, the emotions, the creepiness, the psychopath that we saw at the beginning of the movie. I totally, completely believe that it is this man sitting in the diner with that smile. Sold. Done.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't even need to have him carve a question mark in the foam. That was,
Which was also a nice touch.
but he was already just gone and convincingly gone before that.
Yeah. I will say that the Joker movie, another situation where the actor was very convincingly gone,
Oh,
or just
Heath.
yeah, no. Most
Oh,
recently,
the Joker movie itself, the
yes,
Joaquin
the
Phoenix.
yes, the actor who actually played Joker in that movie. I thought, in the same vein, it was another person that was very convincingly. You have seen his different actions, different faces, different wording. He's gone. Something cracked in him, and he's now gone. Period. I'm not going to get into the Joker movie, but just another example of a good actor who knows how to play psychopath.
I have yet to watch that
Yeah.
one.
I only got through half. It's so bad, but I did. I only got through half because, um, Chris, you don't know, but I work as a social worker for immigrants, and just these two are the type of people where, like, in my work, I would be like, okay, I have to remind myself that I can't do anything more, and now I have to go to somewhere else who can actually help these people because I can't. And that, like, that's how I know that they're doing, as actors, their job well, because my social worker brain just flips and it's just like, this isn't a movie anymore. This person needs
Right.
help. Like,
Right. Yep.
that's how I
I
can
get that.
tell. Um, so after that, the diner scene, is it straight to Arkham Asylum?
Let's see.
I forget the order.
Nope. They went to his apartment first. And um, that's where the um, the forensics guys are all wearing full white, forensic outfits, CSI outfits with the hoods, and sitting right next to them or standing right next to them are 7 cops wearing their normal gear with white gloves. And I was like, okay, so contamination of the crime scene is not a problem, apparently. Um,
I think it was a situation of, this man is clearly a hoarder, so before you touch anything, you might want to let the guy in the hazmat suit touch it first, because you don't know what you're touching. We don't know if that fluid is nacho cheese from a can 2 days ago or something else. So just hold off.
Yeah.
that may be true, but it didn't stop the cops from going after the ledgers all on their own.
Well, I think I saw it where, like, one of the hazmat guys literally had like a bag open, waiting for a cop to put something in it, but then the cop did it, and the guy's just like, I have the bag for you. Uh, I'll need to go back and see if that actually happened or not, or if that was just my imagination, but I can imagine it happening.
So let me see. They're looking at stuff. The Riddler, or Batman, sees that the Riddler has, um,
You know what?
the Riddler has a picture of Batman up, and then right next to it, a picture of Bruce Wayne, and then in writing next to the picture says, "I know who you really are." So Batman now thinks the Riddler knows who he is, and he says to Gordon, "I think this might be over." And Gordon says, "What? We've captured him. Of course it's over." He says, "No, me as Batman, or not me as Batman, but the Batman." So he's going into this next phone call that Gordon gets that says the Riddler's asking for him to come to Arkham Asylum to talk to him. Batman's going into this thinking, well, shit, this is the end of the Batman because he's going to out me as being Bruce Wayne.
Me too,
I was
though.
thinking that also. Yeah.
Same. They really, honestly, to this video right now, I still kind of thought that he was talking about Batman and Bruce Wayne in the same person, but I'm like, oh, yeah, looking back, it wasn't. But continue.
And they did a good job of basically bringing you along by your nose, saying, "Oh shit, this is all going to happen." They did a good job of making it seem like he knew. And the conversation actually goes quite creepily too when he's looking at Batman, but he's saying Bruce Wayne, and all he's basically saying is Bruce Wayne is the one person we didn't get. You and I worked so hard at getting all these people, and Bruce Wayne we missed. We didn't get the end prize, the last one who deserved to be punished. So when Batman finally figures that out, that he's still being separated, is when um, the Riddler says to him, says, "I know who you really are," and Batman's thinking he's going to be, outed. He says, "You are the mask. There's nobody else. The mask is who you really are." And he compliments him on the mask and the outfit. "I wish you could have seen me in my mask." So a little bit of um, hero envy, hero worship, and idol envy, maybe, to wish that they could have worked together. And you can see in Batman's eyes just how messed up he realizes all of this was, since the Riddler was the reason the Riddler exists is because of Batman. All right, I gotta continue with the car. It's not gonna get done. All right. So, do you have anything to say about the confrontation there?
Yes.
Good. Go
Chris,
for
do
it.
you have anything? Cool. Um, then in the Batman animated series, um, I forget if it was season 1 or season 2. There is an episode where Batman is captured and held prisoner in Arkham Asylum with all the other major criminals, along with the DA of Gotham, which at that point, Harvey Dent is already Two-Face. So it's not Harvey Dent, it's a woman. A woman that has been making it her mission to prove to everyone that all the criminals in Gotham were because of Batman first, where Batman incited this craziness, this stirring to go even beyond basic crime into this grand schemes, right? And so the criminals of Arkham, they capture and hold prisoner both the DA and Batman. And they're like, "Okay, DA, let's have a trial. Let's see if Batman really created us and if he deserves to be in Arkham just alongside us." And so it's a whole long episode. And by the end of it, the DA finally says, "Actually, I was wrong. All of you would have ended up here in Arkham just as crazy as you currently are, with or without Batman being in the picture. I was wrong." And honestly, I wish for a day that we no longer need a Batman, we need him. And if we keep him locked up in Arkham, I'm gonna die. Just I when I saw that scene of the comparisons that Riddler is trying to make between Batman and himself, that we're both men with masks in order to do what we do, all that great stuff. I was reminded of that episode of just this this psychotic that is going to be there whether Batman was there or not. This psychotic because he was going after Bruce Wayne. God forbid Bruce never ended up as Batman, he'd be dead alongside all of them. So it really is just a thing of where Batman is a solution because all of this would have Riddler would have happened with or without Batman in the mix.
Right.
It's an interesting point.
It is.
Just as a clarifier, you can definitely fact check me if you go on HBO Max. They have all the Batman animated episodes, all of them, and I'm rewatching them, which is also why I'm having all this refresher.
I ended up having to get HBO Max today, actually, because the source that I was watching for Batman, I lost it.
Aw.
It was just, it was being shared by somebody and their computer went down. But I needed to see it today. So I'm like, oh, shit. Okay, so I ended up, having to purchase HBO Max. But there's some things, Warner Brothers things on there that I need to see. Haven't yet seen the new Suicide Squad, the second one. So I need to see
Definitely,
that.
definitely better than the first one.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
So this is what I got so far for the car. I don't know if you guys are watching the stream or not, but
Yeah, so I'm watching it through my phone. Is that Oh, that's the back. So the blue part is the fire.
the fire out the back, yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, what I said was the back earlier was actually the front.
Uh-huh.
So.
I'm not always right, but when I am, I'm right.
Yeah, well, this was wrong. This was wrong. You said this was the back. And I said, you're right, it is the back, but it's not, it's the front.
Well,
So you're just wrong. Just sit there in your wrongness and be wrong.
well, I guess that's how we're related.
What movie is that from?
Uh,
It's from something, and Jen and I quote it all the time. Just sit there
It's
in your
not
wrongness and be wrong.
it's not Emperor's New Groove, but it's something similar because it came from a kids movie.
All right, so let's see. So he realizes when he says, the Riddler says, we were going to be here, we were safe, we were going to be able to watch it together. Batman realizes something else is going on, goes back to the apartment. Martinez, as he breaks in, Martinez catches him, and that's when Batman learns about carpet tools. Tears up the carpet, and then in probably the strangest way to learn something new about what's going on is he sees a carved in map of Gotham with a bunch of blinking lights. Very strange, but okay.
A lot of trouble to go through.
That's what I was
Can I,
thinking.
can I just say though,
No.
evidence W of how this man as Riddler is psychotic. Like, you can't tell me that if you found this in an apartment, had no idea that the man that you rented this apartment to is the Riddler, a serial killer that killed very prolific people of the city. You pull up that carpet when you replace the carpet and you see that, you're like, holy crap, this man was psychotic. Like, you don't even have to know about all the shit that he did before. The fact that he pulled up the carpet, carved all that in, put in the LED lights, right?
And then
And
kick
then
the carpet back in.
put the carpet back in
And
It's a lot of work.
tucked it in.
and tucked it. Psychotic.
Yeah,
Psychotic. Nothing more to it.
that's very true. That's a lot of work. I hate kicking carpet.
All right. So the first of the explosions goes off, and you have Riddler getting off in his cell watching it happen.
We didn't actually see that though, but we can assume
What? We can assume what?
he was getting off in his cell.
Well, he was there moaning. He was actually
bet-
watching out the window as it blew up.
Spoiler to the end, but like the Joker in the next cell probably same.
Yeah. So, Batman goes to Gotham Square Garden,
Yes.
and on his way there, Gordon tries to get the mayor to not go out and talk to the public and try to calm them down. She's like, "Well, I'm the mayor; it's my job." And of course, she gets shot. She looks up and sees the snipers, and then realizes, just what kind of shit she's in, and gets shot. Gordon goes out, grabs her, pulls her back in. He's looking up into the rafters, thinking, how am I going to get these guys? And the roof blows up, and Batman drops in and starts kicking the shit out of people. Not a bad scene.
Again, obligatory. Any Batman anything worth their shit has to have a scene where all the glass at the top of a building, even if that glass makes no sense for it to be there, as long as it's the top of the building, it has to get all blown out and Batman has to come from the top. Obligatory.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it well.
And they did it well. They even had him do a superhero landing when he landed. So I was okay with it.
I mean, 2 nights before, he already had his ribs cracked, so might as well get the kneecaps too.
Right?
Yep.
Full body physical therapy coming up after this event, but whatevs.
Well, I mean, he's pretty crippled in Batman Beyond.
True.
So you got to figure that, age takes him out pretty well. So, we're almost to the end, and so Batman kicks crap out of a few people, ends up hanging from the center. What are those things called? The
rafter?
No, the center communication device where you got screens and everything. So he's hanging from that. They're shooting at that, and he drops a bomb onto some sort of thing that's going to cause smoke to happen, and by blowing it up. So in order to stop them from shooting, he basically smoke bombs them, gets up on top, and then emerges from the smoke and kicks the crap out of people until the very last guy shoots him point blank in the chest with a shotgun and just knocks him over, and he rolls off the edge, barely holding on with one hand. So, pretty cool. I mean, he took a shot to the chest, point blank from a shotgun. Ouch.
And apparently none of the spray from that shotgun hit his chin or his face. He's good. Moneymaker had to be protected. No Jonah Hex. This is Batman. No Jonah Hex. Okay.
That's right. You don't want pieces of flesh hanging. So he's about to get his face.
And the guy walks up on him,
Yep.
right, as he's reloading his shotgun.
Yep.
and you're like, he's gonna get blasted again.
I
And
will.
then
Yep.
And
Before,
go ahead.
as he is reloading the shotgun, the same uncomfortable feeling of watching someone who is enjoying at the beginning of the movie when the Riddler was sitting on top of this man's back, pulled up his shirt, pulled out the duct tape. Same feeling with reloading the shotgun. There was too much enjoyment, too much passion in this moment that I couldn't help but draw similarities. So I was like, that just
yeah,
doesn't feel right. It's not just trying to shoot a bad guy that's trying to, hurt you from stopping from hurting other people. No, you're enjoying
he was
this.
enjoying it. Yeah, for sure.
So
So that,
he's about to get shot,
And
and
Catwoman saves the day, but then she gets pinned down,
because she is
and
a
I guess
90-pound, 5'4"
r-
woman.
five
right,
foot two.
5'2", sorry. She had heels on.
and then he injects his bat spinach or whatever it was.
That
That
was
was
quite an adrenaline boost, man. That
I guess so. I
and
guess so.
the scream that he gives off from the injection means that that shit must have supercharged his heart something
Yeah,
figures. Must have hurt
quite a
like a
rush.
bitch.
Yep.
so
So that's I thought it was cool as shit when he goes off on the guy, and he's just in a haze, just in
yeah,
a combat haze, and
yeah,
those extra hits on that guy's face just continual until Gordon pulls him off, or wakes him up basically out of his stupor and pulls him off.
yep.
And the way he was piling into him, the
Mhm.
way that it wasn't even like a normal UFC thing. I mean, he was really telegraphing every punch. It was good acting.
Which again really lent into the idea that this is year 2.
Yeah.
He has unbridled rage. He has unbridled energy. He's not conserving a damn thing, especially after that shot he just got. Um,
Yeah.
he is just using it all on this one person. And it was just
And
well
I
done.
was worried for Gordon when he tried to stop him.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he going to be able to stop or no? Stop himself from that.
Right. After an adrenaline shot like that, it would be hard.
One would think.
Especially since
We
I
got
think she's
wheels.
probably, besides Alfred, the only other thing that he values in the world.
And that kitty.
And what?
And the kitty.
And the kitty.
And the kitty. Um, so we take care of oh, and then it goes into um the water has rushed in.
Yep.
The water is rushed in and everyone is about to get electrocuted.
Yeah. So a large piece from the roof breaks off from the catwalk area breaks off and is hanging by a high voltage cable, which is attached to most likely one of the transformers that's on the roof or hanging from the roof for uh, for the screens, and it
Oh
comes
yeah.
down and swings dangerously close to all the people down below, threatening to electrocute the shit out of everybody. So what does Batman do?
Besides, he's gonna sacrifice himself.
Can I just say though, we haven't seen this damn batarang from his chest the entire movie up until this point when he unhooks it and slices that wire.
He's never needed to use
I
it till
think
now.
no, I think he did pull it off one other time.
Did
Do you
he?
remember when? Because I don't.
I I will check,
Because
but no, I
I
don't remember when.
because I think it was the only time. And I was like, this man had a double-sided machete
Like the whole time.
the whole time.
Yeah.
Like you could see how sharp this thing was just from the light. And honestly, great job at the prop department. I don't care if that was real or not. Y'all made it look fantastic. Props on you. Like no pun intended. Um
I'm sure it was intended.
he but yeah, he literally sacrifices himself and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is actually the end of Batman year 2."
Yep. Yep. I thought the same thing.
And the as he cuts it and starts to fall, I love how they cut to not both at the same time, but they cut to Selena looking over the edge and watching in horror as this is happening, and then they cut to Gordon. So it wasn't like a shot of both of them that would diminish the impact that each of them was having at watching Batman sacrifice himself. That they actually cut each one of them separately because it didn't just detract from the fact he was falling. For them to individually pull them up and show what they were feeling. I thought that was good to show just how much Selena would hate the fact that she would lose Batman, and then Gordon would not have an ally, and he would definitely hate losing Batman as well. Um, he already said earlier, Batman's the only person he trusts. So
Mhm.
very, very cool that they did that. So Batman drops into the water, probably about 80 feet. Um, and
And you think he's done.
could be done. And the lights all go out, and he emerges, bursts out of the water, and pulls out a flare and lights it up, giving us
Blair.
the nice red glow that Chris has around him. And he goes to rescue and bring the victims of the flood and everything dropping out of wherever they're at. And now he reached out. The first person
The
that
mayor.
the mayor is the first one that grabs.
Mayor elect. Yeah.
Is she the first one that grabs his hand as well?
No, the boy does.
Okay. So the boy trusts him first.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boy trusts him first because the camera is shows the mayor as the first person the camera sees, but she doesn't trust him.
The boy reaches out and then the mayor follows.
Yep. And then the rest of the crowd. And
And
then
again, the placement of the boy repeatedly just makes me think that we may hear. I mean, wasn't this movie part of a trilogy that they're set to do?
I think so. Yes.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Me
What,
too.
the trilogy
Depends how
or
much money it made. Yeah.
Well, that and just because of the past 2 years, as far as deadlines go and release dates, I don't pay attention to them anymore. I just wait for it to actually appear in stores in theaters.
There's no way of telling.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Did you watch any of the extras for the movie?
yes. So then it continues to another narration piece, right?
Mhm.
Um,
So
to
this narration was actually um, he's
Gordon?
let's see. Long battle, scaffolding, just... Then they're on the rooftop, and they're on the rooftop of the Gotham Square Garden,
Mm-hmm.
and Batman narrates I think he says Wednesday, November 6th. City is underwater, National Guard coming, martial law is in effect. But the criminal element never sleeps. And then says more stuff, but I didn't write it all down. And then the camera focuses on Oz, the penguin. And it says, and some will seize the chance to grab everything they can. And then it goes to mayor-elect. I thought she ended up getting the mayor, but either says, we will rebuild, but not just the city. We must rebuild people's faith in our institutions, our elected officials, and in each other. Together, we will learn to believe in Gotham again. And then you see Batman working with the first responders, where he picks up a girl and walks her across the roof over to the basket, the helicopter basket. And this is what he says for that. I'm starting to see it now. I'm not going to do his voice. Sorry. I have had an effect here, but not the one I intended. Vengeance won't change the past, mine or anyone else's. I have to become more. So that was a very Arrow moment. The TV show, CW TV show Arrow. I have to become something more. People need hope, to know someone is out there for them. The city's angry, scarred, like me. Our scars can destroy us, even after the physical wounds have healed. But if we survive them, they can transform us. They can give us the power to endure and the strength to fight. So that was his end wisdom that he learned, that he can no longer be what he was before, the vengeance that he was before.
I forget. Does he have the scene with Selena before or after that narration?
After.
After? Okay.
Yep, because the next thing that happens is the Riddler is crying, and that's when, because he's watching the news that the Batman saved everybody,
Yep.
and he
And
starts
then he gets
whining, and how I would portray it is, because a man dressed as a bat gets all my press.
Well, then he meets his shower buddy, so it's okay.
Yeah, and his shower buddy's he's got a real nice smile, so got a real
Saw a
nice
little,
smile there, boy.
got a hint of green,
I like the
but
crazy hair.
got a hint of green in there. Yeah.
So then, the next scene is Selena at the gravesite of her mother, and she says, "Come with me," and he says, "I can't." And she says, "But we could be great together." And then she looks up and sees the signal, bat signal, and she says, "Oh, I forgot. You're already taken." So she gets on her bike, he gets on his bike, and they head out of the cemetery. He goes right into the city. She goes left out of city. And that's where it ends.
Robert Frost would have been so proud.
Hey, which do you suppose is the road less taken, though?
Gotham. Honestly, okay. My only thing about
I would have
Gotham,
moved out a while ago.
seriously,
Yeah.
I can't imagine how low cost it must be to live in Gotham.
I mean, just because of the rain. Forget the crime. I'd move just because of the rain. It's too much.
Listen, there are a lot of people in Seattle right now that are pretty pissed off at that comment.
They should move too.
I don't think they're necessarily pissed off. I think they just wish it wasn't quite so rainy.
Yeah.
I mean,
The truth hurts. The truth hurts.
England's not exactly happy with their rain either.
Yeah.
So, is there any bit of all of that that you want to talk about? I think we pretty much said everything, and all I was doing was just finishing up the story. Did you guys watch the deleted scene with the unknown prisoner?
No.
No.
Okay. It's
Now I'm going to.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's on your Blu-ray there that you bought, Chris, but it's also on YouTube as well, and there's actual commentary as well, and it's Batman actually interacting with the prisoner that the Riddler ends up counting as a friend at the end. But they decided it wasn't. It was kind of like a consulting Hannibal Lecter. In order to understand a psychopath, you had to talk to a psychopath. But they were already at 3 hours, so they cut that scene out. But either way, it was interesting. It wasn't completely terrible. I don't know if I agree with the take as much as Matt Reeves. He decided he wanted to create the Joker as an elephant man who went the other way instead of being the kind and sweet John Merrick. What would happen if all of the criticism and all of the torment that he had had over the years turned him into something opposite of John Merrick? So the Elephant Man, if he'd gone crazy, so that was their idea, and you see a little bit more of what his idea of the Joker is going to be. So, all right. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? I think we're
I
at
think
4
we
hours.
covered it.
We sat here for 4 hours, guys. I appreciate the conversation on this. It's a 3-hour movie, so I guess I'm not surprised it took 4 hours, but you guys are troopers.
You completed the car in, what was it, 3.5 hours?
I would have got it done a lot faster if I wasn't talking all the time, but yeah,
You also have to keep consulting the notebook too, so
but
I think
it's
that's a lot.
400 pieces. So the one I'm going to have a problem with is Monday. Kira, your dad, and I are going to talk with actually my college roommate on Iron Man. We're going to do.
Ooh.
So we're doing Iron Man 1. So instead of what I was doing with the Mech Armor Monday, which is just the character study, we're actually just going to do the single movie because I have this Obadiah Stane armor.
Ooh, that'll be cool.
So I don't know if you see it yet in the stream, but there you go.
Nice. Man, they really are just coming out with those bionicle style figurines.
Yeah. Yeah.
So weird to see.
So that will be Monday. So I'm gonna sit and watch Iron Man 2 or 3 times now to get ready
Oh
for Monday.
no.
A good one though.
Yeah. So that'll actually be Bricks and Flicks number 5. So I'm gonna cross over Mech Armor Monday and do Bricks and Flicks 5 at the same time. So it'll be pretty cool. I thank you for
Thank you.
completing
Yes, thank you.
Bricks and Flicks 4 with me. And
Thank you.
anything else you want to say? Everything's good?
I think we got it all.
All right.
That was a good one. I'm glad you suggested it because otherwise I probably would not have watched it.
Oh, well, I'm
And as
happy.
it turns out, I like it very much.
It probably would have taken me another like 3 months to finally get around to watching it. So
Well, it was actually
Yeah,
your
for
dad
sure.
that told me to watch it. Todd
Oh,
said
okay.
that he loved it, but he said if you watch it, you got to watch it in a dark room and just immerse yourself in the movie. So
Good
I turned
advice.
off all the lights and just sat there in front of the TV watching it.
I'm
So,
impressed that you didn't there and watch it.
nope. And for reference, there and watching, I go through and very quickly watch through little bits and pieces, and I'm usually pretty good at picking out the entire plot and see whether or not a movie's worth a damn to invest the extra time and watch it all the way through. So, anyway,
I sacrificed the time.
you do?
I'm old school.
I can't always do that. Sometimes it's just like, no, this is gonna suck. I know this movie's gonna suck. All right, Chris. Thank you, Kira. Thank
Okay.
you.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Nice to meet you.
Good meeting you, Chris.
So for them, this is Bricks and Flicks number 4. If you like the content, hit the like button. If you want to see more of it, hit the subscribe. And if you want to get notified when these are happening, hit the bell, and you'll know when we're doing it. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. Thank you. Let's see when I turn this off now.